the rain we have received this morning. And we know, as a matter of fact, it's a blessing from the Lord. I want to welcome Sheikh Yahya, the district card Masindi. He's around. Probably later he'll be getting in, but I've been not okay, he's still outside. But I want to welcome him and thank him for coming. From the Bank of Uganda side, we can already see the director, people and culture, Mr. Gasta Kayinja. Thank you so much for coming, sir. Omusajja ogu mukristayo muno kandi ohire bya Bank of Uganda ta mukuru abakristayo kuli kakumba kyapo nambiro mwana waitu Reverend Dr. Engineer Emmanuel Aherereza. Sir, you are most welcome. And we have Andre Luana so far here with us. Andre Luana is the Deputy Director working in the Communications and Public Relations Department. That is my boss. I cannot say so many things. Andrew, thank you so much for coming. We have Vincent Tusabe Akiki, omwana womukanko rubugo. Aizire kuruga mu currency department. Ekikwatagana ne esente. Kuingisa esente kutunga empyaka. Vincent team agiresere ya mani ya gimara ya Bank of Uganda ero aherwao. Abakwetaga kuingisa esente oine enkuru ezatemukire kyonka zina kuba zina bibiri bya kasatu zikyaroho zina kuba zina enkorobozo rundi signature ya a bank secretary rundi governor zina kuba zina serial number enamba endairegye rugira kimu haiguru nesirimuka zina kuba zina enyuguta ezikoleka obwingi bwa esente ezo. So abari kugonzebwa mugisogo guroho omutentala aheru tutakatandikire muije muhingise sente babahemu empya katukutuku. All those who have mutilated or old notes, you have a golden opportunity to have that money changed, and then they give you brand new note from the Bank of Uganda. And want to thank you inyowe nabantu ba Masindi abayizire mwakera kara muno kuija kusoma kuija kunyumya amu na Bank of Uganda. Haraba haliyo sonkati sonto rundi na mama baterero bagambe kuno tugiye kutandika bayije banguhe kutahamu kwa busa omugisota gwe kugeza wenka kandi abomuka batayina magezi gana katukwetaga bayigubule kutugamba ngo my people perish due to lack of knowledge ngo abantu bakuwerekeraga muno abo butamanya. This is a golden opportunity for you to get this knowledge so that you can make better and informed financial decisions. My name is Robert Owagonza, ninyowe Robert Owagonza kuruga banki enkuru ya Uganda kandi lero irwe mbundazibwe nyabano mugisa kuba omugambirizi omukoro gunu na muno orukurato rw'abantu bamasini. Nkwenda kutangira engabwa ya oburorerezi obwa Masindi Kitara Diocese kandi omulingo nigo gumu ahali Diocesan Secretary rundo mukonyezi wa Bishop hansonga ezikwatagana nebyobulemi omudiocese yaitu Reverend Canon Ronald Mukuru Atenyi. Tukutangirira Atenyi engale zamani nitutangira engabo ya Bishop ali leave. Bishop is on leave and is the acting bishop now. So he has all the powers that are associated with the bishop. So I want to thank you so much, Reverend Canon, for coming early and for coming to represent the bishop. Abari kugonzebwa tukwetago muhendo gweyongereho kake sobeera bamurabiyemo busimu WhatsApp mubagamba batakayizire ngu baije tutandikire basobole kuba nibasoma. Ekyakabiro oraba oli hano oyehandikisize orabira hala abe biyoma kalimagezi bakuhandika teko mukono haiguru abehandikisize mukamweta simweterero mungaro ekanda abatake handikisize muroho nabo tukwenda kubara abatake handikisize in case you have not yet registered bakutina kwandika emikono. Okay, nkwenda kurangira abo bona abatake handikisize ngo kusobora kuturukamu enyuma hali na mbere ewe marunde tent eri harabe ine byoma kalimagezi abaina za computer bakuhandikise niko newo gende omubyafayo ngwe kiro kino naiwe ukabaho kandi tomanya maizo ko basobora kuterera akasimu ni bagamba ngo wewe bali kujja Bank of Uganda musomo gwatekanziwe so itwena twehandikise niko tusobole kuba nitumanya anyakuli hano baitumanyisa ogo akyalo muka akyatekereza ngo birehara akyaino kugurukya ngwe kintu kikwasireyo ekintu nikyo kyenyini kya lero hari bintu bingi muno mbagambire ngo bokubone sente zitemukire in case you have mutilated notes ahero hali oja kugendo tunge papura nkabinu kandi bokubone sente ezo zikuzire nibasobora kuzikuhingisiza bakakwerezamo empyaka haruho ebintu bingi byo gwenda kwega kya lero iyo bero kimanyire ngo Bank of Uganda eina esente zehora abalimi n'abalisa n'aba baino bu business obuke hamwagoba gatoyito agata kuingura ebichweka 12 habuli 10 buli mwaka ebibona bagenda kuba ni babagambira iyo kimanyire ngo kusobora kuikara olo mukoko okakwata esente kutandikira ne mtwaro 10 okazisiga omubigabe ya government ebeta treasury bills and bonds kutunga sente ezo ne bazikugarulira hanyumi yakasumi yako kubo yecywereiremo rundi myezi 3 kuikira kimu ha myaka 25 hamagoba agarungi muno hatari umugama ngo nyenkyange nzeriginye sanga kaduka bakachi muri yoko ni mwange siringi 50 so kya lero tukuja kwa tutungo mu gisogo kutugambira ebyesente ezo mulingo zemerire ne bintu bingi ebya Bank of Uganda kimanyirengu mobile money enkoregi ya mobile money abasindike sente ni murabya ha MTN ni murabya Airtel ngo Bank of Uganda niyo hereso rukusa amakampona go kuba ne gabayiki yabo herezo ari Bank of Uganda obweri hano iwa ino kwetombo itakuona olinzireki so tungiro mugisa gwa amani kubano hayo ebitekerezo byawe hansongege so Bank of Uganda kangira hakuro rangu mihendo yatekana kuonka ine bintu bingi ebyokora so katuheye dakika ntuyita bari kugonzebwa ni murabya mugo busimu ni mterera abantu baije tutandike habo kuba akasumi katali kahara tukwenda kuba omukoro goni tugutandika omutongole niko ebintu birubate kurungi mutiyo muno kumpuliriza I will now invite the DJ atuhemo akantu akabala tuzaniremu akadocumentary aho trole obukwenda obukuru tube ntugenda mu maiso mwebale muno.
How many times do I have to ring this bell so that you come out of that house?
Give me that.
Tell Nakato to give you 2 sticks of cigarettes.
Don't run, just walk normally.
Here. Not bad. Are you slow?
Dad!
Yeah.
Dad! Our house is burning!
What?
Our house is burning!
Mukasa, you still keep your money in this house?
Avoid keeping money in ceilings, gardens, pits, and pest-prone areas so as to minimize the risk of losing it. Money is precious. Handle with respect. This message is brought to you by Bank of Uganda.
This was a very good day.
Yes, it was. But I wish you could do better with your money instead of having fun and buying new clothes.
Not this time now, I'm tired of renting. I'm renting money to acquire land.
Tell it now, way. You really have to keep your money in Chaco. Who are you going to give that dirty money full of Chaco?
Money is money, my friend. Do you know how many people will die to have this dirty man of mine?
Enough, Mutani. For behaving like a child. Don't you know that keeping money badly damages it? Just look how bad the money you've been keeping looks like before adding on more.
Stain elements like charcoal, soil, ink, oil, and others reduce the strength and lifespan of currency. Always protect your money regardless of your work environment. Money is precious. Handle with respect. This message is brought to you by Bank of Uganda.
Conductor Master.
Pay my money, save time.
Balance.
Hey, madam, this money is fake.
Are you okay?
This is fake money.
When did you start being an expert at analyzing money?
I'm saying that money is fake.
Let me get up. Can you please open my door?
All the banknotes have a windowed security thread on the back that changes color from red to green when tilted away from you. This thread goes in and out of the banknote but appears unbroken when held up against light. Always check your money for genuine security features to guard against counterfeit banknotes.
Now you know your money.
This message is brought to you by Bank of Uganda.
Conductor Master.
Pay my money.
Agriculture remains the backbone of Uganda's economy. On this episode of BAU Connect, I am joined by Mr. Richard Berugawa, the Executive Director of Finance, to explain to us the Agricultural Credit Facility and the Small Business Recovery Fund. So please join me on the next episode of BAU Connect. My name is Ralph Akorabirunji, and I will be your host. Welcome to BAU Connects, the podcast where we talk about what the central bank is doing for the ordinary Ugandans. Now, today we talk about a question that I've had a lot of the time. Where can I get affordable credit financing, to increase my farm or to support my business? Well, you're in luck. Today we are joined by Mr. Richard Berugawa, who oversees two of the major credit schemes at the central bank. These are mainly the Agricultural Credit Facility, or the ACF, and the Small Business Recovery Fund. Richard is the Executive Director of Finance, and I'd like to thank him for giving us his time today. Richard, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Raf. Thank you for having me.
Right. So let's jump right in. What is the Agricultural Credit Facility, or the ACF for short?
Finance has two departments, so I look after accounts department and the administered funds department. So in the administered funds department is where we manage the Agricultural Credit Facility, ACF, and the Small Business Recovery Fund. So the Agricultural Credit Facility was a government initiative that started way back in 2009. The idea was to finance agricultural enterprises that were finding it difficult to access affordable financing because the commercial banks or the supervised financial institutions were regarding this as a risky venture, which is affected by weather, floods, and everything. And so they were not willing to give financing. And whenever they gave, it was very expensive.
Yes.
So the government thought it fit to put in money to support agriculture. Initially, government started with 30 billion. The way it operates is that it is a partnership with supervised financial institutions. So the government puts in half of the money, and the commercial banks and other institutions put the matching fund,
yes,
the other half. So we started with a total of 60 billion way back in 2009.
Okay.
And that's how it operates. Cheap credit, affordable for farmers. And the idea was to modernize and commercialize agriculture as well.
Yes.
And as we discuss further, this also ensures our food security. And food security also may mean, not all the time, but it means a lot to the political stability.
Yes.
hungry people are very angry.
That is very true.
So that's the origin of the agricultural credit facility.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, most people will be hearing about this fund for the first time. Who actually qualifies to get money under the ACF?
Okay, so everybody involved in agriculture qualifies for ACF. But since we are dealing with financial institutions, it must be commercial. You must be earning money from this venture.
It must be commercial agriculture.
Yes, not what do we call the ones subsistence where people go to gardens, dig for their own consumption.
Yes.
This you must be having something to take to the market. So we are talking of enterprise dealing in on-farm activities. You could have crops, maize, any crop that is for consumption.
Yes.
Then we're also talking of dairy farming. We are talking of beef production, cattle fattening. We are also talking of the agricultural value chain. So if you are looking for machinery to help you in agriculture, that also qualifies. So tractors, cooling machines for perishable goods, tomatoes, yogurt, and all these. Also, if you are looking for transportation, transporting your goods from the farm to the market, you are looking for storage. You want to construct silos,
yes,
and after harvest management, all that is covered under this agricultural credit facility.
Okay, that's really helpful. Now, I'd want to get into a bit of specifics. This is really what people care about when they hear about credit financing.
Yes.
Money and time.
Yes.
What are we talking about in terms of the maximum loan size that they can actually get? And is there a grace period? What are the times what is the length of period that people can get this money for?
So for this facility, first of all, why we deal with commercial banks, one is because they put money,
yes,
but also they know the credit history of customers. That's why you have your account. Not everybody, people don't have accounts in the central bank. So then you go to where they know you and do the credit analysis.
Yes.
So the maximum loan size is 2.1 billion. But this can be varied depending on the project. If we think the project is going to create more jobs for Ugandans, is going to earn foreign exchange, you are going to export, this can be varied on a case-by-case basis. But 2.1 is the limit. And then you can borrow from 6 months up to 8 years. The grace period goes up to 3 years. Okay. So depending on the project and the agreement you have with the commercial bank or the supervised financial institution, yes, then you can negotiate the grace period. Yeah. Okay. You asked also about the interest rate. The interest rate is a maximum of 12% per annum. So you can negotiate, could be lower. We have seen some borrowers getting at less than 12, but cannot exceed 12%. And we insist and must check that you get at 12%, not more than 12%.
All right.
We also fix, by the way, the loan processing fees. We fix this at 0.5%. Okay. So the loan processing fee is fixed. The interest rate is fixed to make it affordable to Ugandans. So in 2015, there was a bump harvest of maize. Okay. So the price moved, I think, from 500 to about 200, and farmers were registering huge losses.
Yes.
So again, the government thought it fit to support these farmers and put in a fund of 100 billion to mop up the excess maize and maintain the price so that farmers do not lose out.
Yes.
So this is fixed at 15% because it is trade.
That's for the grain facility.
Yes, and it is for 2 years. Okay, 15% for 2 years.
Okay.
And it is paid quickly because it has turnover. It is commercial. It is for trade.
Have you found that a lot more people prefer the grain facility?
So the grain facility actually takes a big chunk of the money because it is trade.
Yes.
It needs a big volume of working capital. So people with silos who consume, who who buy from the farmers need a lot of money. And again, I want to remind you, during COVID-19, you remember the government was distributing some food
maize, some
items,
posho, yes,
posho and
some
beans,
beans.
and we did finance those enterprises that were supplying government. And so have seen a big portion of the money actually goes to grain facility.
All right. Speaking of COVID, let's now shift gears to the Small Business Recovery Fund.
Yes.
This one, I believe, as you said, was designed to help businesses bounce back. Can you walk us through this? What exactly is the Small Business Recovery Fund? Again, who is eligible? How much can they get and for how long?
So thank you for that question, Raf. The Small Business Recovery Fund was designed to help businesses that suffered losses due to the lockdown occasioned by COVID-19. Because remember, they were locked down and people were not moving. So businesses were affected. So this fund was put in place in 2021 to help those businesses to recover from the effects of COVID-19.
Yes.
So the businesses we're looking at were small businesses that required not too much money. So the loan size was put at 100 million, then we revised it to 200, and I'll tell you that later we revised again. So
revised upwards?
We revised upwards for people to take more money.
Oh, okay.
So if I may mention, now we have done a revision. Now we have capped the amount at 500 million because we saw that there are businesses that required money but were not fitting the definition of small. So 200 million was small, especially look at businesses like hardware.
Yes.
So they need a lot more money and the turnover. So we have put this at 500 million. But what that means is that the government will put 250 million and the commercial banks or financial institutions will put the balance of 250. Okay, but the loan is one. It is one loan, you get the 500 at once. So the businesses we are looking at, as I said, were businesses like those hardware businesses, supermarkets, groceries, saloons, transport, tourism, entertainment, all those businesses that make the economy to move, including bars for those who like
what they call the night economy.
The night economy, those who like enjoying bars and nightclubs are also eligible to partake in this to make sure that people recover. So the loan size I said was 200, now it is 500.
Yes.
The interest rate is capped at 10%. Okay, to make it affordable, 10% per annum. You can borrow up to 4 years. Okay, 4 years, and then the grace period is up to 1 year.
All right.
Okay, so grace period again is negotiated, could be 6 months, but you cannot exceed 1 year, depending on how the bank has analyzed and appraised your project. Now, before we leave this, we have also said that now that COVID has gone and we have seen the uptake of the money is low, maybe we'll discuss why it is low.
Why is it?
We have said that businesses that started after COVID should also benefit from this fund. Because the uptake was small, we got 100 billion and we have lent turnover is about 69 billion. We still have cash of about 160 billion. Turnover means that you lend money to 2 million to entity A. When entity A pays back, you lend it to B. So you have made loans of 4 million out of 2. So that's a revolving fund. That's how it works. So out of little money, you can make many loans.
Okay.
So we have also called it not small business recovery, because the recovery is in the past. We have nicknamed it Small Business Fund, SBF. We have dropped the R.
Okay.
And the ministry has signed, so we rolled it out. It is effective 1st of February.
Okay.
2026.
What exactly are the terms? You've mentioned that the businesses that were started even after COVID, you must have, I think, there should also be a bit of turnover. Okay. Who exactly is eligible for this fund?
Okay, so as I said, all businesses, many times you must be bankable. You must have a bank account. You must have a credit history. Many times we find that people make money and they don't take it to the bank. They
That's
keep
true.
it either on the phone, in the mattress, in the business itself. They lock it in the shop, because that will not give the bank information about
their credit
about
history.
your credit history. So we were saying the turnover should be 300 million, but we have removed that. So what you need is any business, but you must borrow only up to 500 million. So you must have a bank account. You must have, if you are borrowing 500 million, you should be able to have some books of account.
Yes.
Because then the banks have to rely on some
Paying your taxes,
information.
paying your NSSF.
Yes, you must have some audited accounts. It doesn't have to be elaborate, but you must have some records that the banks can rely on. You must have collateral, because there is a private portion of the funding from the banks.
Yes.
We need collateral. You must have security.
That's true.
Okay. This is not hard to do. Then you must also have evaluation report of your security. Then we check also your CRB, your credit behavior.
Yes.
So if you have been a defaulter, then it becomes difficult. So you must show that you are able to pay
and willing.
Yes, this though there is the government money, but it's not free. It's
Yes.
not a gift. You must pay back so that we give it to somebody else, and so that many people can benefit from this facility. So you must be having a good credit history. So those are some of the requirements that are basic and that need to be fulfilled. Security, the traditional one, it has been the land title. Okay, but in addition, we can look at other types of security, debentures and guarantees, chattel mortgages. Yeah, that is for SBRF. We shall go to agriculture then, and then it has its own peculiar requirements.
That's true.
Yes.
I think while we're there, let's also look at SEF. What are the terms? Who is eligible? Can you say that just because I'm in commercial farming, I can come and I want to buy land there, I can come for the SEF?
Okay. So for SEF, again, it must be a bankable project. You must have a bank account relationship with the bank. But as you said, you must have the land. We do not finance purchase of land.
Exactly.
Okay, you must have the land. And also we do not finance the growing of trees. For now, the forestry is out because we were focusing on food. Forestry does not provide food. We recognize that it should be considered. We have a discussion about it, but for now, forestry was left out. And the other thing is that forestry takes more than the period that we were given, the 8 years. So that's why it is not considered. But we consider every other thing, including, by the way, fencing. If you have land and you want to fence it, you don't have money for fencing, you can come and get money. Fencing, valley dams, clearing for growing crops, weeds, removing all that, that is also considered and it is eligible. So you must also have security, as we said. But for smaller loans, we can consider chibanja. If we have an agreement with the seller, you have there are people witnessed, and also the local councils who are present and they stamp.
That can be accepted.
That can be accepted. But the limit is that you borrow less. We don't give you more than 20 million if you have chibanja. But you can have a land title and the chibanja is a top up. Okay. In addition to the one of the title, if it is not enough, then we can consider the what they call chibanja, the untitled land.
Yes.
And then you enhance your loan value that you are going to take from the bank.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Richard, this sounds great, and I think some people are listening now and they're like, but I qualify. All of the terms that you've mentioned, there are some people who will qualify now. My question now would be, what is the next step? Now, if you believe that you qualify, what is the next step for someone who wants to apply for these funds?
Okay, so if you think that you qualify, then you contact your bankers where you have an account.
Not the Bank of Uganda.
Not Bank of Uganda, because as I said, you must have an account where the money is going to be disbursed.
Yes.
So you have to look at how you have been operating your account. By the way, you can even open an account and if the bank thinks your projects will bring money, you don't have to wait long. We have done it. You go and open an account, then you start the process.
Yes.
Okay. You start the process with recommendations and then you can access the money. So you go to the bank, and if you find a challenge, then you can report to Bank of Uganda. We have a complaints desk, and I think, Raf, you can help those who would want to borrow. We have information. We have brochures. I don't know whether viewers can see them. There is this one for ACF. There is this one for SBF. And you can access them at the reception of Bank of Uganda, opposite Shimon Road, to that gate, or opposite Grand Imperial. And you get this and acclimatize yourself. We have also information on the website.
Yes, that's what about.
This information is on the website. You can check on the website.
Yes.
Then we have a toll-free number. It is 0800 144 044. You should be able to get all the information that you need. By the way, I want to say that the Bank of Uganda is a public institution. You are entitled
to this
information. It
information.
is owned by Ugandans, and we are supposed to serve all Ugandans that need information without any segregation. If you are not in Kampala and you want this information, the Bank of Uganda has 9 locations, branches, where you can get this information.
Yes.
We are present in Guru, Mbale, Lila, Kabale, Mbarara, Fort Poto. So all those places you can get this information there. Many times people fear that they don't want. Bank of Uganda receives people. It is your bank. Go and get information.
You'd be surprised, Richard. People look at the bank and they see this imposing structure, and they're like, I don't want to enter. And yet, as you've said, we're a public institution.
Yes.
We allow walk-ins. We actually expect people to walk in.
So, and we have efforts to take the bank to the people.
Yes.
And we shall continue doing that until all Ugandans have access to the information that they need. There's much more information. I think Raf will invite other people. Yeah.
So let's talk about breaking down barriers, Richard. One of the things I found very interesting about the agricultural credit facility is the block allocation concept. Now, for those of us who are not finance experts, can you please help us break this down? What is the block allocation, and why is it an exciting concept?
All right. Thank you for that question. So block allocation is a concept that we started not so long ago to improve our uptake and go to smallholder farmers. So it is a concept where a group of farmers come together and the file is submitted as one file, as a block.
Okay.
Now, these people do not have the traditional collateral land titles. We wanted to reach those who have Vibanja and other chattels.
Yes.
Okay. Including your credit history, your cash flows. So it is based on other criteria other than the traditional land title. So they come together, we process the file as one. The whole file must not exceed the 1.5 billion.
Yes.
And each borrower in the file accesses on up to 20 million. Because they are small, their requirements are not big. By the way, I've seen people borrowing 200,000, 200,000, 500,000. Those who want to buy seeds, they buy pesticides, okay?
Yes.
They buy fertilizers. All those are accommodated under this facility.
Okay.
Yeah. So we accommodate those small ones who need 1 million, 5 million, up to 20 under this arrangement, and has worked to have lent to so many people. In terms of numbers, this is the largest in terms of uptake.
Just to make this practical, what role do farmer groups or circles play in helping someone get this block allocation or even this SEF?
Okay, so what circles can do is to bring their members to a financial institution.
Yes.
They can come and borrow as a group in a financial institution. Now we have not moved to these circles to include them on the list of financial institutions that take the money, because the idea is that we need those ones that are regulated by Bank of Uganda.
That's true.
So for large circles that have come to Bank of Uganda, these ones, we have amended the memorandum of agreement to include them, so those ones can borrow directly, from Bank of Uganda. They can submit their file. We shall give them the system, because files are submitted on the system. We give them access, and then they can we can process directly. So for those, they are few. We have license 3 or something.
The large circles.
The large circles. Yes. There's talk that we should stop, but it's for the good of the economy and for their good. We give a lot of advice. It's not to punish people, but give advice, give them more knowledge, and for those ones, their members can access this money directly.
Okay. So now we talk about policies and all of these schemes and these funds, but it always helps if we have success stories. Personally, do you have any success story from someone who has gotten the SEF that you look at and like, this is someone who used this money well?
Okay, so that's a good question. But as a bank, we will not give the names.
Of course.
We have very many. And I think ACF is one of the success stories. We have been getting awards from the visionary, they call visionary something that is organized by government as the best agricultural model that government has put in place.
Agricultural financial model, yes.
Yes. So we have, when I'm looking at the files, we have given a lot of money to especially dairy. Dairy, the milk you see in the supermarkets, because we don't want to give names, but we have participated in having milk in the shelves, milk and yogurt. If you go to the places where they slaughter animals for meat in Kampala, because Kampala has a big population, people have to eat, and we have given a lot of money to people who are doing cattle fattening. I can mention places like Gomba, places like Chankwanzi, Chiboga, the cattle corridor, where people grow, people have cattle. We have extended a lot of credit to those farmers. We have recently seen a lot of money going to milk. People are doing dairy, and this is mainly not every region in Uganda does dairy. So Kazo, Chiruhura, those places have been accessing. Places like Isinjiro access money for matoke, for banana. Then we have places in northern Uganda, they access money mainly for cereals.
Yes.
We have been seeing some farming because northern Uganda had the challenge of land ownership. It is communal, so they were not giving land titles. This is changing. Now we see that people can have collateral that they can give to the banks. So we have a lot of cereals, rice, northern and eastern. We have rice, we have millet. I have been seeing also a lot of sorghum, which is used for brewing beer. I think they do it for ego. I don't drink, so there is the companies that make beer need a lot of inputs from those crops in northern Uganda. And if you look at how even this grain facility works, there are a lot of stores in schools. Yes.
Okay.
So no names, but we think we have done a lot. Actually, the government has given us about 360 billion as of December 2025, and we have lent a turnover of about 1.4 trillion. Okay. Out of 366, we have lent 1.4 trillion.
Congratulations.
So to about 12,000 farmers. So that is a big number.
Yes.
And what I didn't say that you can borrow more than once. You borrow, you pay back, then you can
really just
you
like
can
a loan.
come. Yeah, you can come back for more. Okay.
akuhereza nka vice and 5 ni hagenzere. Nitwenda kutangira Lieutenant Colonel Cosmas Rutalemwa kandi gunaruga mu barracks yaitu ya artillery Masindi akutaha mwaho. Omulingo nigwo gumu nintangira engabwa eya anyakugwera akutwara ebank enkuru ya Uganda rundi deputy governors representative kandi ogu ni waro habwa hati akuja kuba na yebembera mu mikoreni ya kyalero kandi bamweta Omunyoro Hannington Waswa. Tuija kumuhereza empaka atakarugire hano. Gwe bali muno kwijja Omunyoro Hannington Waswa kandi kwenda kutangira anyakukuliremu enteekaniza zinu ezokuteekaniza orukurato runo rwabona kandi ali director wa ebyempulirizangana kandi nokusumikaniza n'abantu ba bulikiro rundi mwete director communications and public relations department Kenneth Egesa. Nawo gutujja kumuhereza empako hataba mukura abajwere t-shirt eziroho akantu kana ka Bank of Uganda runde engo ezo ne ziroho akalogo kana ka Bank of Uganda abo ba Bank of Uganda kionka munyikirize nyiheyo bake abaroho nyenkyaka leni tuhirirwe kuba na nyakukura department ekutwara ensonga za abakozi omulyahule erikureri ensimu mu Bank of Uganda ite tumweta director people and culture department Omunyoro Gasta Kayinja. For the Bank of Uganda's interest, here when we say Omunyoro, its salutation is like Mr. So do not get offended. Don't think that we have runyororized you. So it is just to say it's an equivalent of Mr. Mulingo nigogu mutu kwenda kutangira Omunyoro Andrew Elwana kandogo ali deputy director mu communications and public relations department kana waikeri na tekanza muno entekanza zino gendo maiso. Obunkutunoro maiso hano tuinaho Omunyoro Vincent tusabe akiki. Mwana w'umukobwa azarwa Masindi. Mwana wa hanu kanda izirakikirire director currency department department junanizibwa nokora ensimbi tuinaho murongo Immaculate Nakato kandogo na junanizibwa kuruga mu department ya financial markets abakwenda kumanya mulingo kusobora kuteka ensente rundi kusiga ensimbi mu bigabo ya government treasury bills and bonds ajja kuba nakugambira ebikiraho. Tuinaho Omunyoro Deo Sande kandogo naruga mu Monterey Police Department abakwekaguza emihende no habwakekara ne paparuka abundi nekeha abundi netemba omusaijo ogwo ebintu byena kabisoma akujja kuba nabagambira ebikwatagana no mulingo Bank of Uganda ekora emirimo yayo. Twina Omunyoro Kati Dorothy na Marome Muinda empaka boli babali kujja boli kandogo najunanizibwa n'ensonga enkore zikwatagana ne loan y'abalimi n'abaliisa kandi ne loan n'abo abalombi by'obusubuzi akujja kuba n'abagambiro mu maiso aho mulingo ebintu bikurubata mbege ntangirire afande baiti abakyala aherwa hatahikire munyikirize ntwalo omugisa guno kutangira Lieutenant Colonel Cosmas Rutalemwa kando gwali commandant artillery hanu Masindi. Sir, you are most welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Abandi tujageno maiso ntubatangira abo bwire hati tukwenda tugeno maiso na program. Amabara ni nyowe Robert Owagonza kandi na nyowe Nzaro ya Bunyoro hanu kandi kiro kya lero mbundazihiwe kuba mugambirizi wa mukoro gunu. I am honored to be the master of ceremonies today. So our program today starts with anthems, and after the anthems we are going to go to the opening prayer led by the bishop's representative. After the opening prayer, we'll have welcome remarks, the Director Communications and Public Relations Department. And after that, we have remarks from the mayor, in case is with us at that time. And after the mayor of the municipality, we have the chairman LC5 Masindi. And after the chairman LC5 Masindi, we'll have the resident district commissioner. And after that, we'll have opening remarks from the governor's representative, and we'll go into presentations, followed by the Q&A session. We'll have a vote of thanks by the cow, and we'll have a closing prayer, anthems, group photo, and after that we'll do lunch. The Bank of Uganda has organized lunch for you, so I will close it all with the lunch. So akuindura ukake aba abanyoro n'abanyoro kati engendero aho yetugenda kutandikana ebizina byaitu ekya Uganda, ekya East Africa, ekya Bunyoro tuteke okusaba, hanyuma yokusaba tube nebigambo byokutangira kuruga mu director kujunaniza nebya empulirizangana no kusumikanza n'abantu, hanyuma tubeyo nebigambo kuruga mu bwebembezi bwa district obutramanya tumbe nebigambo kuruga mwa engabwa ya deputy governor kiro kya lero, hanyuma tugende mu kwanjura bike bitubaleetire rundi presentations obutramale ekyo tujja kubayo n'omwanya nambere okusobora kukaguza ebikaguzo kandi okagarukwamu ekyo bukiraho tujja kuhendera n'okusima kuruga hangabwa ya kaw kandi obutramale okusima hajja kubayo okusaba, then tuzine ebizina byaitu nk'oku tutandikirege in a reverse order, tumalire n'ekisisani kyabona habe kya musana program yetu kuniro birabiru basire kurungi tukumulinda kumalire saha musanju, so ni yengendero aho yaitu etukondera ekiro kya lero. Abokutatwa rubire bwinga, I want to request the DJ, and as I request the DJ to get ready for the anthems, nkwenda kusaba tuemere, I kindly request you to stand up so that we can formally started our engagement of today with the anthems. DJ.
journey masses from our respective places to this place where we are gathered. Father, I call upon your presence to come and guide us, to lead us, to empower us. We pray for the different speakers of the day, that God, you'll be with them, you'll enable them. We pray for whoever is here, and also those who are still on their way coming, that God will lead them well. We pray that your hand of grace will be with us, that you will cover us in the precious blood of your Son, Jesus Christ, that everything being done here will be glory of your holy name. In the name of God the Father, Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Amen. May you get seated. Wasaba mwikare mutuganyire kabwa amasanyarazi tatibalizaho baiti tugenda kukora mu kasulu kadali kahara utangira bakwetera ndaka subikanu tunga okwikara ko tobole kugenda maiso nendekanza yayi Rugia amasanyarazi kagazikire kuruka kinja ahinditse akasulu kadali kahara ebyoma byaitu bikwija kubali bigaruka aho byakalimakezi Afrorangu atwagenda omumaiso mwebali muno kwija kwerekesa byona mwebali tekamu okwetwa kuno kwetinisa nkorora abantu bayingi abakutahamu orampora aho tubasiima mwebali muno olubazo olugarukira aho lwakunyumire kurungi microphone zero so tujja kulindaho kake abo amasanyarazi kuba nigagaruka kandi okugaragaruka gati age microphone runde ngambiso tobole kuba tugenda omumaiso amabala neira karo bado wagonza kandi kundazibe kuba omugambirizi olukurato runo olwa Bank of Uganda oteka nzibwe ekiro kya leero abakutahamu mutunge okwikara omwanya kukyarumu. Those who have just joined us, we have enough seats. We have seats somewhere in the middle here hagati na rumu emyanya ataka gezere nyuma kuli myanya ya hagati muneka tukijuze kuko sobole kulizangana kurungi tulindira gasikino kurugamba ebigamba microphone ziragarukaho edo twenda kubatangira nywena abokwija twina Sheikh Yahaya Mugisa agarukire dakagarukire okay ziroka ila yabaze yarugaho bike na watu wejeranizeho tuina abenyikiriza yaitu Catholic Hoima Catholic Diocese kindly stand up and wave abarugire Hoima Catholic Diocese mbweneke Reverend Sister kalire benyuma ayimukizo mukono bali muno kuija kandi abenyikiriza nzinde za Abasilamu nabomba buinoho Sheikh no barabake aturukiremu abatangira abasebenzide tukubatangira na abapentekoti tukubatangira mitinisa yanyu wabali muno kuija mu rukurato runo ruteka ntiba Bank of Uganda engenderwaho kandi kiregeira nambere tukubaliza bino kandi kirege n'ebizina byaitu ekya Uganda ekya East Africa amune kyokukama bwabunjero kitala utumazire Reverend Canon Ronald Mukuru yatwebembera omusara ikimanyisango mukoro kuno ruhanga muteremo ndigisa mwali kusobora kugenda maiso tukaruma sebintu ebindi mulingo tekazibwe angenderwaho ikigenda kugarukaho ha program yaitu rutengenderwaho yaitu ruli orubazo kuruga omwa director rundo mukuru akutwara department y'ebyo ebijunanizibwa ebyempulirizanga na rundi communication amuno okusumikanisa n'abantu abamulikiro public relations kandi urede arohanu mwenye kenesegesa kasimo kukareka when that time comes ajja kuba nagamba na mbere tuli natutangira omutongole kandi turamara nibo tugende kuhura ba district urede nkurora chairman LC5 akuratirwe anyakumugwera arohanu twenda kusima honorable Prince Kasim nabagonza wabandi nokwinya wayirekesa biki kuba kiro kya leero so obwire amasanyarazi gakotokere bwito gundi otuganyire baitu tukunihira aba relevant bajja kuba batusikaniza kizibe ekyo bikiba sote tukosobole kugenda maiso tulindaga amasanyalazi gayije bende byuma bya kalimagezi twayiziraho byaki era bula abantu tibabaza ekora tutizaabayo tibahulirizangana ati ibintu tutali batizaamu tugenda mu maiso tinipo so kwenda kutangira anyakukura department ekugaba eloni ezabalimi kandi nakyora naginanizibwa nokurango hagaba eloni abantu abalumbi obusuubuzi omunyoro Edward Mugerwa sayo amosokamu ogo abakwetanga eloni z'ebyobulimi abakwetanga eloni z'okuliisa eloni za obubizinesi tunda abalumbi obusuubuzi omusaija ogwo ewakujunanizibwa omunyoro Edward Mugerwa. As the Mr. Edward Mugerwa, we said here before he came that Omunyoro is an equivalent of Mr. So that's what it means. Yes, and you are most welcome. Tukunda kutangira abantu abandi abatweteraniza akasomekano abarugiro bicoka byahara mwayerekesa byone mugenda akora mwabandi muroba okurango mukora kuno bagenda mu kugenda ekitiibisa kyako mwebali muno kuija tubatangirire mu kitiibisa byanyu tinsobola kutonda amabara omunooli mwebali muno kuija. Programu yaitu itupondere kiro kya leero tumaze kusaba tukujja kuba tugenda mu maiso nitutunga olubazo kuruga omugwa kutwala department egyo eya communications lundi empulizangana amu n'okusomekaniza n'omuntu wa buli kiro kandi wagambe ekyo kukirangwa tujja kutunga olubazo kugamba ebembezi baitu aba district abatubumbisize kandi vice chairman akikirire chairman arohanu okulamala nibo tutunge olubazo kuruga omwa engabwa eyanyakugwera omukuru wa banka enkulu ya Uganda rundi deputy governor representative wa kiro kya leero omunyoro Annington Waswa arohanu akujja kuba natubaliza to be speaking to us when that time comes kandi okulamala nibo tugende kandi akintu ekikulu muno nambere tukujja kuba nitubasobora biki ebitukora aroho presentations runo kolekwa runo okurubasa ebigambo rutiyimbe okujja kuba nikukorwa na muno nabintu ebikulu ebyo bitubalizeho niko musobole kuruga hano mwina amagezi microphone tusanye galukire omukama tukozere kulungi mwemere nisobezemu ngeze ku maiso tutaro kandi koko cyarukire tika yekonyeze atabo ubwire munikirize no kwekudazo kwinyi Agarukaho, let me take this regular honor of inviting the Director, Communications and Public Relations and the Bank of Uganda, Mr. Kenneth Egesa, to come and deliver welcome.
Obugaro bwa Director Naija.
Omunyoro Owagonza webale. The representative of the Deputy Governor, the Masindi District leadership, representative of the Bishop of Masindi Kitara Diocese, other religious leaders present, all leaders in your respective capacities, the security teams present, the media fraternity, including our radio partners, management and colleagues of Bank of Uganda, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, muraire muta, batangirire omubitinisa byanyu. Let me start by apologizing for the short mishap we had with the power. But we thank God that power is back and that the formal part of this engagement. So I'll begin by thanking the Almighty God for the gift of this day and for granting us safe journeys, for good health, and bringing us together here in such great numbers. You are all most welcome to this engagement. On behalf of the Bank of Uganda, it's our joy and privilege to be with you here today in Masindi District. Masindi District is a place rich in history, vibrant in culture, and above all, home of warm and welcoming people. From the moment we arrived, we have truly felt at home, and thank you very much for making us feel at home. With all protocol duly observed, allow me to express our sincere appreciation to the leadership of Masindi District and the wider Bunyoro-Kitara region for the hospitality you have extended to us. We receive it with a lot of gratitude. I also wish to commend that we are able to gather here in safety and comfort. I would like to extend special appreciation to our religious leaders. Thank you very much for the opening prayer. And to the media fraternity, whose efforts in mobilizing the community to come and attend this engagement are clearly reflected in the impressive turnout we have here today. So thank you very much. Your contribution has been invaluable. In the same spirit of collaboration, I would like to recognize our colleagues from other financial sector regulatory institutions who have joined us here today. Your presence underscores the importance of working together to serve the public better. Kindly stand up for recognition, the representatives of other regulatory agencies. CMA, please give them a round of applause for joining us. Let me also use this opportunity to recognize my colleagues from the Bank of Uganda who are here today. They are the team that will engage with you directly, sharing information, responding to your questions, and guiding discussions throughout this session. Kindly stand for recognition if you're from Bank of Uganda, with the exception of the chief guest who will be introduced. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank the management of Bank of Uganda for making this important engagement possible and for allowing us to journey here and be with you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are here today for a simple but yet profoundly important reason, which is to connect with you. These town hall meetings are part of our deliberate effort to bring the Bank of Uganda closer to the people. We do not wish to remain distant. We do not wish to be abstract. We want to be understood. We also want to be accessible. And most importantly, we want to listen to you. Yes, we are here to share information about what we do and to highlight opportunities that can benefit you. But even more importantly, we are here to hear from you, in particular your experiences, your concerns, and your ideas, so that we can continually improve how we serve you. We also recognize that effective communication is very essential in the work we do, and that is why we have broadened our engagement through the public, through programs like radio programs, through social media, through financial literacy initiatives, exhibitions, and platforms such as the University Challenge, and of course through meetings like this one, where we can interact with you face to face so that you can put names to the faces that are here. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share very briefly a few insights, just a glimpse of what you will learn more about today. And I'll do this by posing a few questions. Did you know that you can access relatively affordable financing at about 12% per annum through the agricultural credit facility, or around 10% per annum through the small business fund. Well, if you didn't, we will talk more about that today. Did you know that mishandling the Uganda shilling is an offense? Well, we'll share more about that. Did you know that if your currency notes are damaged or mutilated, you can present them to the Bank of Uganda for replacement at no cost? We'll discuss also about that. But please, do not destroy notes because they can be replaced at no cost. Did you know that we have a dedicated mechanism to help resolve complaints or disputes you may have with your banks or even mobile money service providers? We will be able to delve into that as well. Did you know that you can safely invest your savings in treasury bills and bonds and earn competitive returns, often exceeding 12% per annum? These are very safe investments and with a good return. So our team will speak about that. And the final one is, did you know that part of our core work involves monitoring economic conditions to ensure a stable and reliable financial environment for all Ugandans? We'll have someone to talk more about that as well. So all these and much more will be unpacked during today's engagement. There is a saying that knowledge is power. I therefore encourage you to feel at ease, ask questions, share your views, and engage with us openly. Remember, there are no wrong questions, so please ask. So before I conclude, because I want to leave as much time as possible for the speakers and for the engagement, I request you to share your feedback with us on this engagement before you leave. So during the engagements and towards the end, please let us know what we have done well and where we can improve. You will be able to do this conveniently using your phones through the USSD code that will be provided, or by scanning QR code that is on the screens in the room. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your kind attention and welcome to this town hall meeting. I will now take the singular pleasure to invite kindly the chairman, LC5, represented by Honorable Kasim, to come and give your remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Deputy Governor of Uganda, Bank of Uganda, your staff, the religious leaders present, our district leaders and municipal leaders, businessmen and women who are here, security team, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very humbled tonight to receive you from Bank of Uganda team to come. I don't know how many years have passed. I don't know. Since I was born, I have never come to Masindi, I think, to have such an engagement. But today you are here. I want to thank our good government, NRM, which is impelling you to come down and give service delivery to our communities. Thank you very much. Our guests, if we had a branch in Bunyoro, I think this could have happened a long ago. But we don't have any branch of Bank of Uganda in Bunyoro. We see them in other regions, but we are missing them here. You give us those services, be near to us, and we enjoy your services, sir. You have talked about the loans, and I'm happy. These loans are there. But getting them 12% loan, members here will testify, it is very difficult. Easy to mention, but to get it is very hard. You end up going to commercial loans. You wonder, now you told me this is agricultural loan, but at the end of the day, you give me again of 1%. You end up now giving me commercial. That the money is finished. And moreover, you are heated up, now you are there, you need money, now they tune you to the other one. You have no alternative. You have to go in. So we need, you said knowledge is power. I think that knowledge you are giving us this time is going to empower us to ask for our rights, to get loans which you are supposed to get, not to give me what the bank wants to give me. So I will be very happy if our members of the community, business community, get this knowledge and takes it down to our communities. I think it will be wonderful in business terms. Everything will be done well. I don't have much. I want to take this single honor to welcome you to Masindi. Enjoy with us. We are very good people. You can even spend a week here. We shall be really very happy with you. And you have seen the people, that's the initial time you have given us. We have already mobilized ourselves to come. So if we come again, we shall be very, very grateful. Thank you very much. I have been tasked to invite our Deputy Governor to come and give a word to our community. Thank you.
Good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. It's a beautiful morning. Yesterday or the other day it was raining. Today it is shining. And I say, let's praise the Lord for the gifts that He has blessed us with. Thank you, LC5 Chairman, for inviting me and for your kind words that you've shared with us, for welcoming us in Masindi. And I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming in large numbers. The resident district commissioner, the vice chairperson, LC5 Masindi District, the mayor, Masindi Municipality, the bishop's representative and the assistant secretary of Masindi Chitara Diocese, the representative of Bunyoro Chitara Kingdom, the COW's representative and principal chief administrative officer, the municipal town clerk, and the entire municipal technical team that is here present, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Mureire Muta, Mbatangirire muno umbitinisa byanyu mwena. It is a great pleasure indeed for me to join you today in Masindi for this Bank of Uganda Town Hall engagement. I thank you for your warm reception to not only us who are this side, but entire Bank of Uganda team that came in much earlier during the course of the week, prepare for this meeting. And the numbers just demonstrate the kind of warmth with which you've received us. And I'm sure we shall also try as much as possible to share with you as much as we possibly can, so that at the end of this engagement, you've benefited and we have also benefited from the feedback we get from you. This town hall is part of the nationwide outreach initiative that the Bank of Uganda has been conducting since 2016. And the purpose of these town hall engagements are usually twofold: to inform and also listen. The chairperson, LC5, indicated that they've been hearing about Bank of Uganda from afar. Now we've come closer to you. We want to explain to you what we do, how we do it, and why we do it. And also hear from you whether you actually feel us or not. If you don't, what more do you think we need to do to make the engagement more productive for both parties? This year is a very important year in the history of Bank of Uganda because it is a year that Bank of Uganda celebrates 60 years of existence. And indeed, our legacy is our future. And this engagement could not have come at a better time than this, because in August this year, that's exactly when Bank of Uganda will be celebrating 60 years of existence. And the theme of our 60 years of existence will be our legacy, our future. And a series of activities has been organized to reflect on the journey that we've taken over the 60 years and engage citizens across the various segments of society over a number of issues. And there are so many activities that will be taken, that will take place during between now and August. We shall have a poetry competition for primary schools, a youth forum, a national innovation hackathon, I beg your pardon, a high-level public lecture with East African Central Bank governors, a charity walk to launch a sustainability-focused corporate social responsibility initiative in secondary schools, and an open day for the general public. So everyone in this country will have to join Bank of Uganda in this celebration. So it's not a celebration for the Bank of Uganda, but it's a celebration for the whole country. All of us, we need to join our hands together and we celebrate as a country. So I encourage each one of you to follow these activities through the media and our digital platforms. And you participate where possible, because on those media platforms, you'll have options where you can send a message and ask questions, and they'll be responded to. Understanding the mandate of Bank of Uganda. A common and important question that is usually asked is, what exactly does Bank of Uganda do? The Bank of Uganda was established under the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. Article 161 establishes the Bank of Uganda. And Article 162 lays out the functions of the Bank of Uganda. And arising out of that mandate, Bank of Uganda has an act of parliament that establishes it. And out of that act, there are various other subsidiary laws and regulations that have come out to enable the employees of Bank of Uganda implement the mandate of the Bank of Uganda. We have the Financial Institutions Act and a number of regulations under that act, the Microfinance Deposit-Taking Institutions Act and a number of regulations under that act, the Foreign Exchange Act, the National Payment Systems Act, and a number of regulations that enable the Bank of Uganda to implement the various activities that it's supposed to perform. The first of its mandates is promoting price stability. On an everyday basis, there's a team of your children who wake up to assess how the prices are moving. And the intention is to make sure that, yes, sometimes you can't stop them from moving, but when they move, they need to move within a range. The medium-term range target is 5%. If last year you bought something at 1,000, 12 months later, its price should not increase by more than 50 shillings. So that 5% movement to most of us is acceptable. But if it increased by 200, everyone will be making noise, shouting, where are we going to end? I can no longer afford this, I can no longer afford the other. So Bank of Uganda comes in deliberately to control the movement of prices. Now, when you have a saving in an account, and I would encourage all of you to save in institutions that are regulated by Bank of Uganda, don't save in your homes, because there are so many things that can happen and you lose your hard-earned money. Save in banks. Now, because the Bank of Uganda controls the movement of prices, even your savings will remain safe and strong. The 10,000, what you could buy using 10,000 today will more or less be the same as what you can buy out of that 10,000 12 months from today. That's the first one. The second mandate of the Bank of Uganda is the regulation and supervision of financial institutions. All the institutions that are supervised by Bank of Uganda, when you enter, the first thing you see is a license signed by either the governor or the deputy governor. The other thing you will see is all the deposit, a label from the Deposit Protection Fund that assures you that all your savings or deposits up to a limit of 10 million shillings is protected by the Deposit Protection Fund. We work very closely with the Deposit Protection Fund. We also require these institutions to display the cost of their services. If they say we lend at 10%, it will be 10%. If tomorrow you come to borrow and they tell you we're charging you 15%, you say, but I came to the banking hall and you're telling me the charge sheet I saw talked about 10%. How come now it is 15%? And you can use any of our platforms to write to us and complain. We shall be able to come and try to find a solution to your challenge. Therefore, I'll encourage each one of you, first, to make sure that you save, you make your savings in institutions that are regulated by Bank of Uganda. Because in the unlikely event that one of the institutions fails, the institution you're saving with fails, the Bank of Uganda will come and pay you back through the Deposit Protection Fund. The institutions we regulate fall under various categories. We have commercial banks. Here I've seen Stanbic, I've seen Absa in town, Centenary Bank. Those are commercial banks. We have credit institutions. I think I saw BRAC. You have BRAC here. That is one of the examples of credit institutions. Then the microfinance deposit taking institutions. I think I saw Finca somewhere. Finca and Ugaford are the microfinance deposit taking institutions. And then we have the large SACCOs. And the SACCO that we supervise in Masindi here is MADFA Cooperative Savings and Credit Society Limited. So those are the institutions we shall encourage you. Thank you very much for coming. Those are the institutions I would encourage each one of you to deal with. Because if you get a problem with them, you can easily run to Bank of Uganda and they help you resolve whatever issues you may have with them. Now, specifically on the issue of large SACCOs, Bank of Uganda was given the mandate to regulate the activities of SACCOs and supervise them on how they conduct their business on a day-to-day basis, just like we do for commercial banks, credit institutions, and microfinance deposit-taking institutions. Now, we came out with a requirement that all the institutions that are dealing with SACCOs, they should make sure that they deal with SACCOs that are licensed by Bank of Uganda. The deadline initially was 31st March, but that deadline has been extended to 30th September 2026. Because of a number of reasons, and those reasons are for us to appreciate, you and me, the general public, to appreciate exactly what SACCOs are about, how they do their business, why should they be regulated by Bank of Uganda and not by the other authorities of government. Now, after that deadline, any SACCO that falls under the tier under the threshold that comes to Bank of Uganda, we shall not encourage banks, credit institutions, and microfinance deposit-taking institutions to deal with those circles. So I'm very, very glad that you're here. And I will encourage you, sir, and your team to move around and create awareness about the services you offer, because you've been given a license, and be proud of that license. Display it and share it with whoever cares, so that people appreciate why you're different from the other circles that don't fall under regulation by Bank of Uganda. The third issue on the mandate of Bank of Uganda is issuance and protection of the currency. The banknotes that you use in your day-to-day life to buy items, and the money you get when you sell something is printed. There's only one authority in the whole country that is allowed to print that currency, and it is Bank of Uganda. That's why on the note you'll see Bank of Uganda. And on that note, you also see the signature of the governor and the secretary of the bank. It also has a value, both in figures and amounts, and there are various security features, so that that note is not forged. It is legal tender, legal, which means it's allowed by law. Now, we need to know how to handle money. As someone who goes to church, I see how people give offertory. Someone, they say, off time for offertory, and he gets out a note and folds it. You don't want any other person to see how much you're giving. When you fold that money, you're spoiling it. The next time you open it, it will have creases, and if it is folded several times, eventually it tears. Now, the cost of printing money is very high, because no one wants to use dirty money. So when we get them back to us and they're dirty and they're torn, we withdraw them and create replacements. Now the amount of money we use to replace them is a lot of money, and that money comes from you taxpayers. So whenever you get a currency note, make sure you use it well, because it keeps on moving from you to the next person to facilitate transactions. Use it well, and always use it in a way that you'd want to receive it. If you want to find it when it is dirty, make it dirty. But I know there's no one who wants to get dirty money. Everyone wants to get a clean note. So the message here is, make sure when you have it in your custody, use it very well, so that the next person who receives it is also glad and happy to use it and perform transactions. The other thing I've seen people using this currency notes carelessly for weddings. People are going for introductions and they make bouquets out of these banknotes. Sometimes they write on these banknotes. You find someone putting these notes in socks. That is not the right way to treat our currency, because it is our pride. If you say this is the currency I use in my country, that is the source of national pride. If you went outside Uganda, you went to Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, or Congo to go and buy an item with it, nobody is going to accept it, because it's a pride of Uganda. Use it within your country to make your lives comfortable. The fourth item that we mandate, that we execute, is promoting safe use of mobile money and digital payments. Before mobile money came or digital payments came, all our transactions used to be in the form of cash. You want to send money to Kampala, you put it on a bus, someone takes it for you to Kampala, or sometimes post office. That now has changed. You can just use your phone and send money to someone wherever, Kampala and beyond. All that infrastructure has been laid by the Bank of Uganda on behalf of government. And I'm sure those of you who have benefited parish development money, model money. A number of you have been able to get these payments through your phones. Now, all those are intended to make our lives easier. But as we make life easier, there are also people who wake up every day to make sure that your life is not easy. They'll try to find out, how much does Haji have on his account? How can I get this money off his account and I also take it to be mine? So you'll get people who are trying to defraud you. Say, I'm calling from this network and the network is off, but share with me your PIN number so that I can. Haven't you had those experiences? Please, never share your PIN number with anyone. That's why it's called personal, to you as a person. No one else should know your PIN number. Or if there's any person who knows it, you trust them. For example, if you have a joint account, a husband and wife, and you're comfortable with the way you deal with your financial transactions, you can share the PIN number with them, as long as you have rules that guide the way you transact, you do your business on your account. But if you don't, make sure that PIN is personal so that no one steals your money. In a bid to extend services of banks to even the smallest parts of this country, Bank of Uganda again has come up with mechanisms of spreading banking using agents. If you've been observant, there are agents all over town. Some of them are mobile money operators, some of them are at fuel petrol stations, some of them are in supermarkets. That will help you to be able to either deposit money on your account in a bank, but using the agent, and also withdraw. All this is intended to make banking easy for each one of us, because you need to be in a bank. Don't keep money in your house. Your house can burn and all your life savings get destroyed. We've seen rainfall, it comes, you have floods, the water penetrates any part of society. It destroys your money. So make sure you put it in a bank, in the institutions that have mentioned that Bank of Uganda regulates and supervises for safety. Because getting it is easier these days. You just use your phone and pull money from your bank account to your phone, and also push it from your phone to your bank account. The other service that Bank of Uganda does is it works with government to promote development finance as well as government securities. My colleague here has talked about the agricultural credit facility and the small business recovery fund. Loans under the agricultural credit facility, and indeed someone else amongst our team will explain a little bit more, is at a concessional rate, because government has come in and said, yes, we want to support growth of the agricultural sector, because there is no other country in this world that is as blessed as we are. We have fertile soils, we have adequate rainfall, we have adequate sunshine. That's why now you see almost everyone has a solar panel or a solar light. Why? Because we have sunshine in abundance. Everywhere you go, it is green. Why? Because the soils are fertile and we have adequate rainfall. There are countries that have never seen what green looks like. If you've seen pictures of Dubai, Saudi Arabia, it is all sand. It is all sand. They literally buy everything they eat. For us, most of what we eat, we get from gardens. You just get beans and throw in your compound. 3 months later, you're harvesting. Don't harvest only to eat, but also sell and generate income and wealth out of it. So government has come up with these funds and make use of them. The LC vice chairperson has complained that these funds are not easy to get. But someone from our team, Dorothy, I think you try to explain a little bit more on how the public can be helped in that regard. Government securities, you can lend to government. And again, there's someone from Bank of Uganda who is going to explain to you exactly how you can do that. As I conclude, I can assure you that Bank of Uganda remains steadfast in its commitment to managing price stability around the 5% inflation target, promote a safe, sound, and resilient financial system, support Uganda's socio-economic transformation journey, because no one else is going to do it for us. We need to join hands together to make sure that we achieve success. And therefore, this town hall meeting is not just an information session. It is a platform for engagement, exchange of views. As the Director of Communication indicated earlier, there is no question that is stupid. Ask whatever questions you have. We shall find responses to them to the best of our abilities. We value your voice and we invite your questions, and we encourage open and constructive dialogue. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Engari zamani munezenga bwaya Deputy Governor Omunyoro Hannington Waswa abalize kurungi akozeseze Olungereza baito mbigufu atandikirige n'abatangira yabaza hali Bank of Uganda ekitongole kya government kijunanizibwa no kwahura ensimbo mu ihanga kandi yabaza habitukora nka Bank of Uganda obujunanizibwa na muno kurorangwe emihendo y'ebintu yaterekera kurungi byabazana ebitongole bya ensimbe ebindi ebya Bank of Uganda kujunanizibwa nka amabanka gatwina Masindi hanu nka ezaisere credit institutions eziri mu kitongole kya BRAC yabaza na sako yanjura ba madifa babiro haba izire kandi yagenda meso nokutugamba ngo twa abantu ahure sente tuzahule kandi tuziteko mu kitongole ekyo kyonka ekihiro rukusa Bank of Uganda kuba nikikora eyongera yabaza hasente zaitu yagamba tuzirinde kurungi kandi tutagenda kuzifunya tutagenda kuzitekaho girisi tutagenda kuzihandikaho yakere yabaza ha mobile money kandi yamalira nabasima abo kwija kandi yagamba haroho abagenda kuba ni batukora presentations run kutwanjura entanda ya Bank of Uganda resere yagamba kusoma bukarahika mukaguze ebikaguzo Bank of Uganda eroho kubanukura rundi kubagarukamu tumuterere ngari zamani muno murundo gundi engaba ya Deputy Governor a Bank of Uganda waitu engaba ya Deputy Governor takagenzero maiso kwenda kutangira aho bana bayizire na mbere tuli tuina abekitongole kya Capital Markets Authority tuinaho Omunyoro Dickson Sembuya kando gwali Director of Research and Market Development kutolereza nebya katale nebya Capital Markets Authority kandi tuinaho Omunyoro kati Lean 2K akujunanizibwa na Public Relations na Communications kandi ali manager a Capital Markets Authority bali mno kuija Omunyoro kati Lean 2K tuinaho aba madifa emo hasako isate zabandize kimu kutunga license kurwa Bank of Uganda kandi lekamba abanjule tuinaho Omunyoro Edward Ngalambi ali Head of Credit and Operations Kabagambe James Credit Manager Julius Aine Mukama Business Development Manager kandi kyalero kino tuinaho omuha aba commercial farmers runda abalima ne batunda Omunyoro Kanyam Isaac commercial farmer ali mbya diary nde bya mata obale kuija tuine ebitongole ebikoibo rukisa Bank of Uganda commercial banks MCIs MDIs mwemere nywena na aba madifa mwemere financial institutions regulated by Bank of Uganda kindly stand up. I can see Stambik, I can see our centenary. Thank you so much for coming. And white Deputy Governor's representative Twinaho Omunyoro Benoni Mugambe na Koranka Microfinance Officer, Microfinance Regulations Department, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Thank you so much for coming, sir. Without much ado, to agenda presentations, and each of the presentations is meant to last 10 minutes maximum. I'll alert you at 5 minutes and alert you at 7 minutes. Then I'll set time up towards 10 minutes. So kindly try to condense that presentation so that we are able to allow more time for the Q&A sessions. For each of the presenters that I'll invite here, have up to a maximum of 10 minutes. And because of time, these are the presentations we have lined up. We have to Markets Authority, maximum 10 minutes. We have Administered Funds Department to handle agricultural credit facility and small business funds, maximum 10 minutes. Tuinaho Munyerokati Immaculate agenda presenting government securities, maximum 10 minutes. Tuinaho Munyerodeo Sande, maximum 10 minutes. So far nizeze twina obwiro buraba ho tujja kubaza na byensimbi about currency, but for now the control how will move ni control to batakurungi. So mwebale muno kuija kanda hati. Let me take this singular honor of inviting Capital Markets Authority to make their 10 minutes presentation. Mr. Dixon Sembuya, Director Research and Market Development. Mumutangire nengare zamani muni.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will allow me to stand on the protocol earlier set. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I request that you allow me to use a mixture of Luganda, a mixture of English, so get namwe bulungi obuterevu. Banjita Dixon Sembuya, mba mu kitongole kya Capital Markets Authority. Capital Markets Authority ekitongole ekyo kikolagana n'obutale bw'ensimbi. We are a regulator. Bank of Uganda regulates the banking sector. Kakati Capital Markets Authority regulates I hope I am audible enough. Capital markets, bigambo bibiri, capital ne markets. Kali katale ng'obutale obulala. Naye mukana akatale olina abalina savings. You have those who have savings. People like me, you, twegase to savings etulina akasente kaffe. Ne tubeera ne ebitongole ebyetaaga capital. My colleagues from Bank of Uganda are going to come and talk about treasury bills and treasury bonds. Now, when you talk about treasury bills and treasury bonds, this is a way that the government borrows from the public. The government is able to tap into your savings and borrow from you. When it comes to the capital markets, with your savings, you have your savings on one hand, and you also have governments, you have organizations that need capital. So what the capital markets do is that they're in between there. Kayungirizi. They're in between there, and they bring together those who have savings and those who need capital. So it is your savings that are turned or translated into capital. So the capital markets are simply akakatali, where you have savings, then you also have organizations, you have companies, you have bitongole benjawulo ebyetaaga ensimbi. So that is the space that we regulate as capital markets. Naye nazze ne colleague wange ate kyemmanya ayogera olunyoro. leka muleke naye ageze okunnyonnyolako.
Thank you, Dixon. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Bank of Uganda, for inviting us at the Capital Markets Authority. Nyowe ndi muhara wa toro baneiba banyu. Hati, tinkumanya oba ni muruhura. Ni muruhura? Kali. So, Capital Markets abere na wagambira anti Capital Markets Katari. Nka ni mumanyo wino ni batunda engoye obutunguru hati kanu katare ka sente. Hati everyone here is an investor. Gamba neighbor wanyu oli investor. Habwaki. Because as long as you have savings in the bank account, if you have saved money and it's in your bank account, then you are capable of getting a portion of that money and you invest it in the capital markets. Habwakuba hariha abantu na makampani agendeze sente hati. Nama government ya Uganda ezo sente zoine mu bank as savings. It needs it right now. So aka katara ka capital markets hariho products nyingi tuine treasury bills and bonds. That is the government borrowing from you. Since you have the money, and for them they want something to work on, maybe a road to work on now, and the taxes have failed to come in on time. They borrow from you. And then in return, they give you an interest. That is the government borrowing. But I know the Bank of Uganda team is going to talk more about treasury bills and bonds. That is one of the products we have in the capital markets. The other one is the unit trust. How many of us have heard about the unit trust? Okay, just a few. Are you investing? Yes. Okay. Hati, unit trust is where we have pooled money from different investors who are unable to invest in some of these bonds alone. So there is power in bringing numbers. So when you have a lot of people investing and pooling money, there is what we call a unit trust manager that is licensed by the Capital Markets Authority. Hati Capital Markets Authority is overseeing all the activities that are taking place in this Katari, aka Insimbi, aka Sent. Unit Trust Manager Niger Nagenda Kuku, he's going to get money from each one of you. They start from as low as 100,000. There is even one of 20,000. Unit Trust Managers include Old Mutual Investment Group, Britam, Cornerstone, Tuvein Nevangi. If you've been entering the gate, we have a stall with our brochures. It will show you a full list of all the unit trust managers that we have. So unit trust managers are given a license by the Capital Markets Authority, and then they are able to pool funds from different investors, and that money is actually invested in some asset classes or products in the capital markets like treasury bills and bonds, and then there's another one called shares. How many of us have heard of shares? Shares is buying a unit of ownership in a company. The last two companies that were able to give up some of their shares were MTN and Airtel. Nimuijuka? MTN and Airtel came on the market and they said we would like to sell some of our shares, and some of us invested. What does that mean? That at the end of the day, when the companies perform well, they'll give you what we call a dividend, right? Or a profit, okay? And so that Katare Kensimbi, we're basically saying, if you are saving money somewhere, you can participate and invest in the capital markets products that you have mentioned. But we keep saying, please, please do not invest in unlicensed firms, because wali abafere, there are some tinyenda kubeita basuma, but there are some companies that come and they are pretending to collect money from you because they have profitable businesses. And yet, at the end of the day, if you're collecting money from people and guaranteeing them a return, then you must be able to be regulated by the Capital Markets Authority. So our message is, please, please do not put your money, hard-earned money, in entities that are not regulated by CMA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lynn. Obugaro. Basebo Nebanyabo, I can see this gentleman. He has just stood there. He has said nothing, but I think he's signaling that I need to leave the stage. So first and foremost, we are outside in the tent. I think 10 minutes is not enough for us to provide all the information. So please visit us in the tent. We should be able to break down and explain some of these, some of these concepts. And I think, as the previous speakers indicated, we're here to listen. We're here to, get ideas from you on how to improve. I mean, how do you improve on service delivery? I mean, we are the grassroots at the moment. So we are here to listen. We're in the tent. So we shall wait for, those questions. We want to hear from you. We have that collective investment scheme product that my colleague talked about. We have a representative present here. So in the event that you have questions, I think please feel free to visit our stall. I think he has coughed. The gentleman has coughed a bit, so he's telling me to leave. But thank you very much for your attention. And again, thank you very much, Bank of Uganda, for putting together this spectacular event. Thank you very much to the leadership of the district, for gracing this event. The security team for ensuring that, we have a peaceful engagement. We appreciate that. And, thank you. And we hope to see you in the tent so that we explain these ideas further. I appreciate and thank you.
Engari zamani za Capital Markets Authority, Unity Trusts, Shares, n'ebindi. Mwebale muno Omunyoro Dickson Sembuya hamuna Omunyoro Kati Lynn Tukei kanda kosiza olulimi lwaitu lwa hano oni yakosa Uganda sumubahulire kurungitiniko. Hati kwenda kumanyisa, I want to inform the subsequent speakers that if you know a bit of Runyakitara or Uganda, that is a plus for you. Please use it so that we save time on doing translations. Runyakitara, Luganda, you'd be good to go. So Mnyerokati, Immaculate. Not yet, just hold on a bit. Immaculate knows Uganda, so she'll be speaking in Uganda. That's what I was saying. So, place of convenience, kakuba oba noenda kweyamba, oja kuturukamo aherwa, ukaguzaba uraraba jore t-shirt za Bank of Uganda, bakoleke arebichi yokebi kwa okano kusobora genda straight, rundo kagaruka aho haruba juhanu, no sobora kubano yekonyera. Ekia kabiri, hari kitongole kiri kitongole, eri department, ya terina department eri division, ya Petroleum Revenue Investment Reserve. Muramu ahulire ekisahe kyomupire kya Hoima Stadium kakiuraho. Hativa nunubu batere mwesente za karugo magita za yombike kisahe kikuzoka kurungi. So munyikirize manyire Omunyoro Honest arohaho. Abo nibo bali mkwaure sente ezo. Zikumanya nka Petroleum Revenue Investment Reserve. Kororangu amafuto bugaraho aho. Haroho ebikorora. Nibirakonyera abantu baitu kurungi. Oraba oine kikaguze, in case you happen to have any question, please kindly write it down. Obako baba kuruba nibabaza nibakora presentation, handika ekikaguzo kyo narundi comment yoina tujja kuraba mo papuro tubusoroze obuturaiko mbure bwe bikaguzo tujja kwantu bagarukamu. abantu bakuba ne bapresentinga gane no handike kaguzo kene kyoina opapuro tujja kwani tubusoroza niko tubagaruke mukurungi hata bwakasomi kano munyikirize kandi mbanze nyete akora presentation ha agricultural credit facility rundi loni ya abalimi n'abaliisa hamuna small business fund rundi loni ya basubuzi abaina harulengo rwa hansi omunyorokati Dorothy namarome Muinda aije akole presentation edakika kutahingura 10 aboli dakika 10 bairaba webale muno sagenda kuba nabanjura ekiro munsaho eloneno abakwenda kuba ni mugitunga agenda kuba nabasobora mulingo mukusobora kuba ni mugitunga mbenogo Munyarukanyama Isaac commercial farmer vice chairman wa district representing chairman nawe mulimi kandi mulisa so nainyonyo nabaloko mukuja kuba emanya bikirawo dekenga mbisonge kwa Dorothy atwanjure kyatuleti
webala aboli musibire muta abanyoro n'abanyorokati mwebale kwija hamusomo guno ninyowe Dorothy nindugambale ninjagezao okubaza rutoro kora nkore isobi mukatansekera muranganyira okay ekiro kinu mbaretere amakuru amarungi amakuru agaisente sente eza government ekarora ngu abalimi ni babonabona tibeine sente okulima kurungi yatekawo enteekateeka okubaha sente balimi hamuhi omutindo okuruga mu kulima ebyokulya byonka baitu balime batunde kasente chikweta commercial farming ekindi bakaleta loan okwongera hamtindo habintu value addition haliwo okwongera omutindo hali ebintu kateke enu ekatandika mwaka 2009 munu halimu ebitongole bisatu haliwo government ministry yensimbi ne kwa sente zinu habawo banka ya Uganda ehangwe nitwe nitulebera banks then haliwo banks commercial banks credit institutions na sako madfa sako we are happy to see you tumanyire ngu haliwo abantu ni batina genda banks enkuru beitu no basagenda madfa sako hati madfa sako bajikirize kutahamu enkoragenu ya ACF so madfa sako please see me after here turorengu we get you on board musavinge abantu abamasindi so ejiron no basa kuchitungota loan application ngimanyire ngu muine loans mu other banks na loan eji oinagenda bank yawe ekulihihi waijamu form that's loan application bank neija yatabara musiri gwawe o ninga ha business ya some bitabu yawe kurora entasya yawe mwine sente ni muzitunda mwasteka bank kwera robanku no qualifying akutunga sente ezo ni kuhabaruha bajeta offer letter then bank yawe ne kwa sente then banka ni handikira Bank of Uganda okwa HQ chako habokuba nizikola participation kora inda milioni 2 ne ruga Bank of Uganda egindi ne ruga mu commercial bank alyo okusharing a risk na capital bintu kibyo nokumanya ha loan age ne yaukana halonze zindi eza banka eza bulikiro how ekubanza obwingi bwa sente bank ziri hanu eloni yaitu eyokulima no basa kutunga obuhumbi 5 bikabagaha ebuhumbi 2 government yayongeraho hati no basa kutunga obuhumbi 5 wagisasura mu myaka 8 haliwo akasumi akobusinge akampora ni baketa grace period eje myaka 3
wakati ha grace period egi nobasa kusasula amagoba otasaswire principal ifwe tukaha grace period ay'emyaka esatu baitu grace period nikirugira ha project yawe haliwo ebindi projects eziketaaga grace period nka mwaka gumu maybe nk'ebikaijo habwokuba it takes long then enkoko can take short grace period. So grace period oyina kubaza na bank yawe bakuha grace period you deserve to get. Kandi amagoba ga loan age babagambire 12%. 12% buli mwaka ebitundu 12 ha buli 10. Kimanyisa ngu buli mwezi nosasula 1%. Kumanyire ngu uko aheru haliyo loans as 20% buli mwezi. Ezo loans zileta pressure. Mutagenda kutunga loans za pressure. Hano haliyo banka loan ya 1%. Munkengere? Nimbasaba mugende banks mutunge eji loan. Kati haliwo ekintu goda sasula sente kurungi. Nobasa kugaruka watunga loan eya kabiri, eya kasatu, eya kana. This is repeat borrowing. Goda sasula loan haliwo report yibate credit reference bureau. So nimbasaba mwina kusasula loans zanyu, even loans za hasimu. Abokuwa haliwo report nekoleka nambere kusasula loan zona. Tuinayo na loan eyo ebyokusubira ebyomere nk'ebichole ebihimba ebinyobwa oburo enu nobasa kukitunga ha 15% buli mwaka. Konka iyi loan teina kasumi akobusinge teina great period nokusasula mu myaka 2. Habwokuba sente zino notunda waisha sente wazitwala mu bank teine grace period. Muntengere? Nobasa kukwaguza oha kutunga sente zino. Omuntu wabulikiro nkiwe na nyowe basa kutunga sente zino. Nimbasa kukola ekitone ya group abantu babiri ninga basatu oba company ekihandikire kurungi mwija mwatunga sente zino. So haliwo projects as a SCF. For example, kingula itaka, ogura ensigo z'okubyala, ogura ebimbazi eby'ekuka n'okufukirira amaizi. Nobasa kufuna sente okulima ebidiba eby'amaizi oba okuzimba store. Tuine na biological assets. Tuine biological assets. Hano haliwo ebintu nga amanunu, obukoko obuto, embuzi, ente. Nobasa kutunga sente zino wagula bino ebintu. Zikabaga ha million obukaikuru 8. Hati sente bazongire zahika abukaikuru 205. Munkonye? So abalisa bente nimufasa kutunga sente zino mwakola kato fattening. 250 million. Haliwo na agro processing value addition. Nobasa kutunga sente zino wagula ebyoma ebyokuhongera mutindo habintu kugeza okusekula ebicholi empogo oba ebyoma ebyokukama amajita to get oil. Kandi haliwo projects ezisakirizibwa okutunga sente zino. Haliwo for example tokubasa kutunga sente zino okugula itaka nambere okubyala emiti egy'ekibira. Kitwetagisa ki okutunga sente loan egi? Loan requirements. Ekyokubanza olina kuba na bank account. Abokuba banks zino zisipata savings zawe za loan omuntu owundi. Olina kuba na identification ndaga muntu, olina koleka obukakafu mu business eyiwo na records. Abalimi tuine kizibu kibakibika records. konka bank bweija ninda kurora ensasa ya sente zaawe. So mugezeho okubiika records ezanyu. Haliwo na spousal consent. Woba omusajja omuswayire oba omukazi omuswayire olina kujuza mu form ekwoleka ngu oli muswayire. Kitukwenda promoting a domestic violence. Spousal consent yona yetaagisa. Obundi niwetaaga omusingo beti nikupirigera sente z'okutwala. Haliwo kendi ekya block allocation. Block allocation eji nejamba abalimi abakwenda busente obutaito okuruga maybe emitwalo 10 paka million 2. Zino omusingo tukwetaagisa. Nobasa kukozesa ebintu ebindi nga bank statement, omukago, ekibanja, report eyekokora loan, emotoka, ebisingo ebintu byemunju byona nobasa kufuna loan. Mutatina kufuna loan mbutoine msingo. Mugende mbanka mubazenya bank nobasa kukozesa bank statement. So make sure ngu sente muzibike mu bank. Muntenge mune turozere ngu abantu bamasindi batungi bali abantu 15 150 only batunge sente za SCF. Mu bunyoro bwona haliwo 700 people abatungire sente za SCF. So zino sente ziriyo please. Haliwo na loan is abasuubuzi. Ebisheegisa nabyo byeyo. Olina kwa na bank accounts amagoba ganu nosasura obushweka 10 kabuli 10. Loan neji wasasura myaka yena. So nimbasaba mweteka sheke. Be prepared. Mwigula wa account mugende ha bank mubaze nayo. Omuntu watunga loan nabandi mubagambe. Mu Africa bagamba when you're eating food you keep quiet. Omuntu watunga loan yachulea. Before tunga sente please mugenda ha neighbor bagambe muna sente ziriwo tugende tutunge sente tulige mbwawo. Kati business entaito haliwo lanka hardware abakutunga ebisete saloon garage shops boutiques chapati byona boda nimbasa kwija twala sente zino. Nimbasaba mweje muganywe sente zino. Mwebale kumputiriza. Aboy ati kuli aheru aliwo buno papura. Mtongere buno papura. Bora genda bank make sure ugenda na kapapura. Hano hanyuma haliwo banks zona is in loan age. Genda kana kapapura ambe anyo nyenda banka loan ya government ya Uganda but ya commercial bank is expensive. Muntenge mugende nabo aliwo hano habalimi nakano akaba business entaito. Mwebale kumputiza.
Engari za amani za umunyerokati Dorothy webala boli kora presentation enungi. Deputy Governor, allow me recognize the presence of our sister financial sector regulator, insurance regulatory authority IRA, Mr. Bone Okello, regional head Western. You are most welcome, sir. We'll be making at max 5 minutes kind of presentation to us later. We also want to recognize one school that has joined us, that is Masindi Secondary School. I request the teacher, Master Opio, to stand up together with the students. Behind there, Masindi Secondary School, Masesco. They have come to learn about the financial sector. We now proceed to do our presentations, and the third is on government securities. Obakuba nibanjura ebintu binu no handikaga ikikaguzo kiona barukugonzebwa akapapura no katuha. So kanyete omnyorokati omurongo Immaculate na kato aije akole presentation kutahingure dakika 10. treasury bills na bonds.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mwasize mutya bassebo ne bannyabo. Banaye munzikirize nkozese olulimi Oluganda. Kubanga bye tutegese leero twagala mubitegeere mugende nabyo. Tutegeeragane. Bwe njogera bameka abaali bawuliddeko ku government securities? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. Weewaawo. Banenga sinabagenda mu presentation kantwale kana akakisa neyanjule. Amanya gange nze Immaculate Nakato nga nva mu department ya katale k'ebyensimbi era leero tugenda kwogera ku government securities. Banaye buli bwenjogera ku government securities mba mpulira nga mwenna njagala mujje mwetaabe mu guno omukisa. Okituusa mu Luganda, government securities kitegeeza emigabo gya government. Emigabo gya government giwa omukisa nze naawe okusiga ensimbi mu bbanga erimpi oba ebbanga eppanvu. Emigabo gya government tulina gya mitendera ebiri. Waliwo emigabo gya government egy'ebbanga erimpi gye tuyita treasury bills. Ebbanga eryo erimpi tugeraageranya nga bwe tunaagamba nti nno tulina ebbanga lye tusimbamu oba season. Tulina ey'emyezi 3, emyezi 6 n'omwaka omulamba. Gyegyo emigabo gya gavumenti egy'ebbanga erimpi. Ne tubaako n'emigabo gya gavumenti egy'ebbanga eppanvu. Ebbanga eppanvu bwe tuba tutegeeza ebbanga eppanvu tutunuulira emyaka 2. Emyaka 2, emyaka 3, emyaka 5, emyaka 10, 15, 20. Mpozi kati era tulinayo mpaka ku myaka 25. Gino emigabo gya gavumenti gye twogerako. Gavumenti yatandika otuwa guno omulimu okuva mu mwaka 1969. Era tubadde tukola ki? Tubadde tutunza abantu aba bulijjo gino emigabo gya gavumenti. Era olunaku olwaleero lwa mukisa nnyo eri Bank of Uganda okujja tugyogereko. Kubanga twesiŋŋaanye nti bantu batono nnyo abagimanyi. Naye ng'ate twatandika dde okukola ki? Okugitunda ffe nga Bank of Uganda. Kati leero njagala at least bw'oba owuliriza guno omusomo, at least weekubirize ogambe naye gino emigabo gya gavumenti gikola gitya. Nga muvudde wano naye kansooke mbayitiremu nti bw'oba gwe kinnoomu oyagala kwetaba mu gino emigabo gya gavumenti okola ki? Kantandike ne baani abasobola okwetaba mu migabo gya gavumenti. Gwe kinnoomu, gwe nga kinnoomu osobola okwetaba mu migabo gya gavumenti. Abantu abeekozeemu omulimu nga zi SACCO zisobola okukola ki? Okwetaba mu migabo gya gavumenti. Amasomero, banks ze tulina wano najo zeetaba mu migabo gya gavumenti. Ekitavu kya gavumenti, ekitavu kye NSSF ekitereka ensimbi z'abakozi nakyo kyetaba mu migabo gya gavumenti. Kyo kyetanira nnyo ebbanga eppanvu kubanga batunuulira nti nno omuntu bw'atandika okuteekayo agenda kumala akabanga akamala nga takola ki? Nga tajjaayo ssente mpaka ng'atuusiza emyaka 45. Kaakati era osobola gwe nga kinnoomu okwetunuulira nti bwe mba ntunuulidde gino emigabo gya gavumenti obwetaavu bwange buli luddawa. Nsobola kutunuulira eri ebbanga eppanvu oba eri ebbanga erimpi. N'olondawo n'ogamba nze kati bwe mba ntandika njagala sooka kugezesa nsooke nteeke mu bbanga erimpi. Oba kati nze nkaddiye wano wentuuse neetaaga ki? Neetaaga ssente. Kantandika okuteeka mu ki? mu bbanga eppanvu ate kati ngenda bawa enjawulo yaazo. Mu bbanga erimpi oluvannyuma ly'emyezi 3 gwe kinnoomu ng'osize ssente zo ogenda kola ki? Ogenda funa ssente zo n'amagoba. Gavumenti oli mugiwola. Era buli woowola omuntu ki ky'oba osuubira? Oba osuubira okusasula amagoba ng'okoze ki? Ng'omuwoze. Kati gavumenti bw'ogiwola emyezi 3, emyezi 3 oluvannyuma lw'emyezi 3 obeera osuubira okufuna ssente zo ze wawola gavumenti n'amagoba ago. Oluvannyuma ly'emyezi 6 kye kimu, oluvannyuma lw'omwaka ogumu kye kimu. Naye omuntu asazeewo okuwola gavumenti ebbanga eppanvu, myaka 2, myaka 3 mpaka ku myaka 25, kigenda kwawukamukko nti gavumenti tegenda kulinda mpaka luvannyuma lya myaka 2 eryoke ekusasule ekuwe n'amagoba. Wabula ky'ejja okukola egenda okuddizaayo amagoba ago oba ky'erina okusasula buli luvannyuma lwa myezi 6. So bwe tubanga gwe osazeewo okuteeka ensimbi zo mu myaka 2 ogenda funa emirundi emeka bannange? Emirundi 4. Webale nnyo. Ate omulundi ogusembayo egenda kuddiza ssente zo ze wateekamu ng'otandika. Era amagoba ago gonna gajja kuba gaweddeyo ku mulundi ogwokuna. Jejo egy'ebbanga eppanvu. Kati mpozi katwebuuze nti bwe mba njagala okwetaba mu gino emigabo gya gavumenti ntandika ntya? Abakulu abasoose otulambika olunaku olwaleero, ddala oyo akiikiridde deputy governor abagambye bene muguleewo akawunti. Era bw'oba oyagala okwetaba mu migabo gya gavumenti, step esooka olina okubeera ne akawunti eya bulijjo okuva mu banka. Tulina banka zaffe wano e Masindi eziwera. Bwe nabadde nzija nalabyeyo aba Centenary, simanyi oba leero weebali. Nalabyeyo aba Equity, banks ezisinga gye ziri, Stanbic weebali. Ogulewo akawunti gwe gw'omutendera ogusooka. Ogwokubiri, bw'otuukirira banka ogenda gigamba njagala kwetaba mu migabo gya gavumenti. Era obagambe njagala kugulawo eyo akawunti endala ekakasa nti nno ngenda kola ki? Kugula migabo gyaki? Gya gavumenti. Kati eyo yanjawuloko era tugiyita CSD account. Eyo akawunti ey'okubiri ffe tugenda gifuna mu Bank of Uganda era tugenda kuba tukola ki? Tulaba emigabo gya gavumenti gy'oba okoze ki? Gy'oba oguze. Gwe nga investor. Bannange nayogedde ku ba investor batonotono, naye tulina n'aba investor abali emitala gy'amawanga. Abatunuulidde Uganda nga bwe batunuulira emigabo gya gavumenti baganyulwamu nnyo. N'olwekyo nga Bank of Uganda kikikakatako okujja mu bantu ba bulijjo tubabuulire omukisa gavumenti gwetaddewo mu gwetabemu. Si bantu abava wabweru bokka, naye nammwe mukole ki? Mujje muganyulwemu. Kubanga gabaddewo ebbanga nnyingi, ebbanga ddene, naye ng'ate abantu ba bulijjo tebakola ki? Tebafunamu. N'olwekyo nga tuzze obbakunga, twagala mwetabe mu gino emigabo gya gavumenti nga tubawa information ebagasa. Bwe tuva kugulawo eyo account mu bank, account eyo ey'emigabo gya gavumenti, genda era osabe form ogambe njagala kwetaba mu migabo gya gavumenti. Naye era olina okumanya ddi lwe tukola ki? Lwe tugitunda. Tulina kalenda eya bulijjo. Bannaye nga bwe mulaba amasomero bwe gabeera ne kalenda okuva omwaka bwe gutandika mpaka bwe gukoma. Naffe tulina kalenda. Tugiyita auction kalenda. Naye nga ya migabo gyaki? Gya gavumenti. Okwawukako ne kalenda endala yo ekwatagana n'ey'akatale k'ensimbi, financial year. Nti bwe tuba tutandika kalenda yaffe etandika nga July 1 neggwako nga June 3. Nti kalenda gye tulina olunaku olwaleero yatandika dda omwaka oguwedde okuva mu 1st July, kati ng'ejja kuggwako omwaka guno June nga 3. Era ekulaga n'ennaku z'omwezi lwe tugenda okubeera n'emigabo gya gavumenti. So nno era tosobola kugamba nti nno simanyi lunaku ki. At least tulina kalenda eyo, naye kalenda ogisangawa. Mu mikutu gyaffe tulinayo emikutu gyaffe gya Bank of Uganda website. Kale weewaawo bw'oba tolina engeri gy'ofunamu ogwo omukutu, tulangirira ku radio eza bulijjo. Tulangirira ku radio eza bulijjo nga tukunga abantu okujja okwetaba mu guno omukisa. Tubeerayo ne guno omukisa buli luvannyuma lwa weeks 2 kwaba abaagala okuteekamu mu bbanga erimpi, emigabo gya gavumenti eri ebbanga erimpi mu mwezi, n'abo abaagala oteeka mu bbanga eppanvu tubeera n'omukisa gumu mu mwezi. Naye bwe weesisinkanya nga tofunyaako kakisa, era osobola okubeera ne gino emigabo gya gavumenti. So ngezezaako babuulira wa gye tusobola okukola ki okufuna oba okumanya gye lwe tukola ki bwe tutunda gino emigabo gya gavumenti. Mpozi n'ekirala, gwe nga kinnoomu ki ky'ofunamu? Ofunamu otya? Bannange nja babuulira nti buli bw'okula obuvunaanyizibwa bukola ki? Bweyongera. So okaluubirizibwa okuggyawo essente ezinaakuyamba mu buzibu kye twandiyise savings. Nti nno okweggyako ssente emitwalo 10 ogiteeke wali okola ki? Okaluubirizibwa. Naye bwe weetaba mu migabo gya gavumenti n'ogamba guno omwezi ngenda kukola ki? Ngenda kugula emigabo gya gavumenti. Obeera ozeggyeko n'okola ki? N'ozitereka. Eyo engeri emu gy'osobola okukola ki? Okutereka ssente. Engeri ey'okubiri gy'osobola okuganyulwamu nti osobola okubeera n'ekintu kyo oba ne assets eky'obugagga kyo. Kaŋŋambe nti bw'oba ogenze mu banka n'ekugamba nti oyagala kwewola ssente, n'obagamba ye olina kyabugagga ki ky'osobola otuwa tulyoke tukuwole. Osobola okukozesa emigabo gya gavumenti, naye era kisinziira ku ssente mmeka z'okoze eki z'olinamu. Nti bw'oba otaddeyo akakadde kamu era ng'ogenze n'ogamba n'osaba looni n'ogamba nti kaakati kye kino eky'obugagga kyange kye nnina, emigabo gya gavumenti gye gino gye nnina, bagenda kuwa mu bbanga eryo lyennyini okusinziira ku ki? Ku ssente z'olina. So kisobola okuyamba gwe nga kinnoomu eyeetaaga okusinga eky'obugagga. Ekyokusatu, engeri nnyangu nnyo ey'okufunamu essente eza buliwo. Nti bw'oba oziterese zino essente n'otuukibwako ekizibu, katugeze bw'oba otandise okugula emigabo gya gavumenti nga wasinziira ku bbanga lya myaka 25, naye bw'otambula emyaka 10 n'ofunamu obukosefukosefu n'ogamba kaakati ate nandyetaazeeyo ku zino essente zembadde nkola ki? Zembadde ntereka. Osobola okutunda kyonna oba osobola okutundako ekimu ku kyobadde okola ki? Ku kyobadde otaddeyo mu migabo gya gavumenti oba ku kyolina mu migabo gya gavumenti. So kikwanguyira okuddamu okufuna ssente eza buliwo. Bannange ndaba omuteesiteesi ayimiridde wano, naye nandyagadde nnyo bongera okubawa ku bifa ku migabo gya gavumenti, naye era weetuli tujja bawa buno obubaka ng'aba Bank of Uganda, naye tubakubiriza bannamasindi mwetaba emigabo gya gavumenti gifuna. Abantu bane bafunyeemu nnyo. Tutandise okulaba abantu abava emitala gy'amawanga bali US, UK, be bafunamu bajja mu Uganda muno ne ssente mpitirivu nnyo. Naye naawe tutandikira ku mitwalo 10 kyokka. Tutandikira ku mitwalo 10 bannange. Tewetaaga owezezza mitwalo 8, 9 nedda. Tandika n'emitwalo 10. Emitwalo 10 egyo tandika n'omwezi gumu. Omwezi ogwokubiri ogenda okulaba ng'omwaka guweddeko ng'otaddeyo mmeka? Miliyoni emu n'emitwalo ameka? 2. Naye ng'ate senga tozeggyeko omwaka gugwako ng'era tokola ki? Tozirina. Kale bwebwo obubaka bwe tubaleetedde olwaleero, mwebale kumpuliriza, mwebalire ddala.
Wabale muno omurongo Nakato Immaculate kutuurabiramu enkola y'emigabo ya gavumenti ya treasury bills and bonds. Otubeere tuli hano twayeteeranizibwaho bano, want to recognize Omunyoro Charles Mugisa kandi ogo ali director wa department ya banking wabali muno kuija moti kuruga atali hanana hanu kienjojo muntu waitu kandi kienjoje karuga bunyoro tukwenda kutangira omunyoro Andrew Kawere kandi ali director wa National Payment Systems Department. Harona abandi abatweteranizeho Rwita Karungi akiki wabali kuija twinaho no munyoro kati muhara wange Sima webali kuija kuruga banking department. So tugenda mu maiso presentation egarukaho abere na yekaguza emihendo y'ebintu habweke ikara netemba ubundi negaruka kandi Bank of Uganda ekoraki kururango imihendo egyaterekera kurungi munyikirize ntangire omunyoro Deo Sande aija kose dakika 10 akole presentation naijaga Filimon kuruga banking department obali kuija nkuboine. Okay nabandi nja kubatangira hanyuma leka tuanze tutunge presentation then niko tugenda mu maiso. Deo Sande 10 minutes max.
Thank you, MC. My name is Deo Sande. Please allow me use English because I can see we have some students here. So, as part of Bank of Uganda's responsibility, the bank is supposed to have our prices stable. And what does this mean? And how does the bank do this? It uses a vehicle that it calls monetary policy. And what is monetary policy? So, monetary policy is simply a way your central bank controls money and interest rates in the economy. We're together there? Right. So naturally, you'll ask, how does it do this? How does the bank do this? It has a policy rate, what we call our central bank rate. So it uses one of the tools is our central bank rate. And then the other thing it does, our colleague has just spoken, Immaculate has just highlighted, there's the element of securities that are involved. So what does the government do? It goes into the space and buys government securities if it wants to reduce the money in the economy, or it could decide to sell, right? Also, as an institution, we're responsible for managing the amount of money the banks have, what we call the liquidity these banks have. So if the bank feels it has to intervene, it can reduce on the money in the system. Also, as an institution, you can see we're here speaking about products that are agriculture credit facility. In our relationship with the banks, we provide advice, right? So at the back of all these things, what is the bank trying to do? Fundamentally, the bank wants to keep our prices low and stable. Low and stable. So why should the government spend its time, or why should the Bank of Uganda be interested in keeping our prices low and stable? Part of the story is to protect our purchasing power. So that when you go to the market, you could, if you bought bread last year at 5,000, let's say after a month, you should be in position to buy bread at 5,000. Okay. So to do all these things, the Bank of Uganda has some instruments. Okay? And in these instruments, we have what we call our open markets operations. As I've highlighted before, simply the bank goes out there, buys and sells government securities so as to regulate the amount of money in the economy. It also can use its tool. Always you can see, if you read through your papers, listen to TV, you always see the bank is saying the CBR, which is the central bank rate, has either been increased or decreased or has remained. That is a policy rate that the bank uses to guide how banks can lend to the public sector. We also have a measure where we can ask the banks to bring their money. We keep some part of their money. We can ask you people, I think we have a lot of money in the system. Can we increase how much money you give us? So we save off, we take off some money out of the system. On a good day, we can also negotiate with banks and convince them to adhere their lending practices in line with the bank, what the bank sees is in our interest. So the other bit that comes across, we also can go into the space of intervening in the financial markets. So for instance, if we feel our exchange rate, the equivalent, let's say if our Uganda shilling, whatever our Uganda shilling is traded for $1, when we feel our shilling is probably depreciating, we can intervene. So these are some of the tools the Bank of Uganda has at its hands. So how does this work? So under normal circumstances, let's say inflation is high. What does the bank do here? The first thing that we normally do, we increase what we call our CBR, this is the central bank rate. We increase it. By so increasing, we are trying to signal to the banks, to the financial system, that now we want to reduce all the amount of money that is being lent, or we want to reduce all the amount of money people are spending in the economy. Okay? With the time, you find inflation declines. A case in point is, like if you recall during COVID time, if you can recall during COVID time, what do we know? During COVID time, the whole country was closed down. So when the country is closed down, what we know, the economy is not growing. So what does the Bank of Uganda do? During that time, that is around 2020 to around 2021, the Bank of Uganda decreased the central bank rate. So we were trying to stimulate the economy. We were trying to encourage the banks to lend to the economy. So that was an action. Another case in point, if you recall recently when Russia attacked Ukraine, because of that, commodities, that is our oil, our wheat, all the prices increased. So in response to that, what did the bank do? The bank increased the central bank rate. Okay? That's how the Bank of Uganda plays around with this policy called the central bank rate. Okay? Now, I've just highlighted when the economy is weak, like in the case when we had the COVID, we had to decrease the CBR. So, in this whole space, I've been talking about decreasing inflation. Now, what is inflation? I know all of us here, we shall be here, oh, the prices have increased. The prices have increased. That's the argument. Let's remember the key word here is the general increase of the price level. General. When we talk about general, we're saying on average, have prices increased. Forget one thing has increased. Let's say petrol has increased, bread has increased. Oh, there's inflation in the economy. No. Remember, it should be general. Because you and I, we consume not one thing, we always consume a number of things. I will sit here, I'm putting on a shirt, I drove here, I buy a pair of shoes. So there's what we call a basket of goods. So there's what our Bureau of Statistics, that is responsible for computing or to calculate this figure, goes across the country, collects information on what we consume, all the services we use. It collects the different prices, and on average, they'll calculate a number that will represent the average cost across the. But there's also one point we have to remember. We don't always refer to just one point in time. Okay? So if we are sitting here, You always hear a number coming out, inflation has gone to 2.8%. We're saying, if you are seated here today, compared to a similar period a year ago, the prices have increased by 2.8% on average. The keyword is average. Not for one commodity, a basket of goods. So we are aware there are different measures that are used to measure inflation. We have what we call headline inflation, which simply captures everything we consume and use as services. Then we have what the Bank of Uganda fundamentally uses, what we call core inflation. Under core inflation, we're saying we're considering all what is happening, but there are things that we're careful of. Things like the prices of our food, prices of energy, oil. We know that tends to fluctuate, tends to change. So because we are aware of the fact that this thing changes often, and some of these things we find that we don't have control. For instance, we now know there's a war in Iran. What can we do about that? We just have to take what the international world is telling us. This is the price of oil. Okay? So because of that fact, we are aware that this is a very volatile item. It's something that changes. The Bank of Uganda excludes that in its measurement of inflation. And we are measured, our performance as an institution is based on a target that is related to core inflation. And in the medium term, this is a period of saying 2 to 3 years, on average, prices should have changed by 5%. And I can tell you right now, we are doing well. We're doing well as an institution. I can see the MCs hovering around. Bear with me. So that's just an overview of what goes on. So time and again, we say, oh, what is causing this whole thing called inflation? High demand. When you have high demand for goods and services, okay? There are cases where costs of production have increased. So the producers will have to translate that to higher prices. Or even when our currency depreciates, the only comfort you have right now is that our shilling is one of the best performing currencies in the whole of Africa. Actually, it's the best. Yep, should give us a hands up there. So the takeaway out of this presentation is one, monetary policy is aimed at keeping inflation low and stable. Okay? And why are we interested? Because we want you guys to have jobs, we want you to save, we want you to invest. Okay? So with the Bank of Uganda, our standard tool we shall use is our central bank rate, which we commonly call CBR. So thank you very much for your attention, and we look forward to some questions. Thank you very much.
Wabale muno munyoro deo sande omusajja akasoma ebitabo yabimarayo kandi atwabiremu kurungi enkoregi ya monetary policy akozeseza orujuungu kyonka abobwire nja kubarabiramu bwangu agambire ngo bano baza monetary policy kiri ekyo ekya bank enkuru ya Uganda ekozesa kurangu ya ikarane tunoramu emihendo y'ebintu yagamba arakabonera akakora kabeta central bank rate akabonera ko bank kakozesa kurangu yasobora koleka banks ezinde kizikusobora akora na muno kugereka amagoba go kuhora ngo bank bwerugayo ekongeza akabonera ako kibani kimanyisa ngo ebanka za hansi zikwani zikehya sente zikuhora oba amagoba gatembere kandi bwerugaye kakehya kibani kimanyisa ngo amagoba gakusobora nago kukeha kandi abantu ne basobora kwehora bakakora ibintu bingi sente zikeyongera kandi yagamba na muno bihika hakuingisanize sente zaite za Uganda ne sente zindi banko bwerura omuhendo gwe sente zaite za Uganda guli hansi mno kusigikira ha sente zindi nke za America esobyamo omukatale bundi neyihamu bundi neyongeramu niko nekigenda kyokurangu esente za ikara ziri hamuhendo kusigikira sente ezindi agenzo rumeso yatugamba ngu banka ekora kyona kikusobora kuroranga emihendo yaitu y'ebintu yaikara etekaine kurungi kyokka hariho ebyo bigitalibaniza nka emihendo y'ebyokulya nka emihendo y'amashanyarazi nka emihendo y'amaizi nka emihendo y'amagita agambire buruna aliyo bulemu hagati ya Iran na America ekyo kandi kituhingura ine nka Bank of Uganda tusobora kutakora kyamaani baitu still Bank of Uganda nekora kyamaani kororangu emihendo yaikara etekaine mbigufundi bye byatugambire kandi habubwire munyikirize ebyo mbikangiaho nitugenda presentation ende garukaho betakagenze mu maiso waitu deputy governor's representative. We have been joined by the representative of the chief administrative officer Masindi District local government Omunyoro Kiamiza Musa. Substantively, he's the Pakao. Pakao is the principal assistant cow. And because of the engagement in Kampala, where cow was required, he has been delegated to represent the accounting. He's representing cow, not the accounting officer, because the accounting officer remains there. Okay, we have also been joined by CPA Baguma B. David, the chief finance officer, Masindi District local government. Bwana CFO, thank you so much for coming. From the Bank of Uganda side, tweteranzibweho Omunyorokati Esther Tibaijuka Atenyi kuruga hanu kusarabwira turukire mu Katolito. Okay, baitaro au arohao. Aha, Atenyi obale kuija ogo mwana wa hano muka kandi ajja kubana ababalizo runyura kusoma bukarahi kabaru kugonzebwa obwire turubuli haruba jurwaitu deka tukole kasaju kanyama. Aba insurance regulatory authority batugambirege baina akake dakika nka isatu rundi kutayingura haitanu akaba kwenda kutugambira. We now take the singular honor to invite a representative from the insurance regulatory authority who is none other than Mr. Boni Okelo, regional head Western, a maximum of 5 minutes. But if you use 3, I'll be grateful. Tumterere ngaro naija. Ebigwa bitaraganize.
Thank you very much, MC, and thank you, Bank of Uganda, for giving me the opportunity. I have been given 3 minutes to 5 to say things that need 2 hours. So I'll say it in 5 minutes. The good thing, I have one of the people who can protect me here because he's also responsible for the Insurance Regulatory Authority. Insurance Regulatory Authority is one of the government agencies responsible for supervising the insurance sector. We have 5 mandates. Number 1 is to protect people who buy insurance. Number 2, to ensure the stability of the insurance sector. Number 3, promote public confidence. Number 4, supervise the insurance players. And number 5, to promote the growth and development of the insurance sector. Now, how do we relate with the bank? I want to just create that link between banking and insurance, and I walk away. Seated here are commercial banks. Some of these banks, if not all of them, are licensed by Insurance Regulatory Authority to do a business called bank assurance. Bank assurance is where your bank operates as an insurance agent. And for that reason, all of you seated here, if you had taken a loan or you had taken some banking services, most likely your bank asked you to take up insurance. Many times when you take a loan, they will ask you to pay some money for insurance for that loan. They will also ask you to take up insurance for some of the assets you may be financing that loan with. And they also ask you sometimes to take up insurance for the collaterals for your loans. That you see that actually insurance is linking into the bank. The purpose is to protect that asset you are buying, you are taking the loan for. God forbid you die.
and you had taken a mortgage loan, the bank, it is in the right of the bank to take up that asset if you did not protect that asset with some sort of insurance. And that's why they normally do that. Therefore, do not necessarily take it in bad faith if your bank asks you to take up insurance for your loans or its collateral or the asset for which you are taking up the loan. Then I should say that when you deal with insurance, please confirm that they are actually licensed by the Insurance Regulatory Authority. It is important because especially for individual insurances where people walk to you and talk to you about insurance, you may not exactly know if the person talking to you is licensed. So please attempt to confirm that the person is actually licensed by the Insurance Regulatory Authority. I also need to talk about agriculture insurance, given that we are talking about people within the community. All of us in our own rights are farmers. The government of Uganda put in place something called the Uganda Agriculture Insurance Scheme. The Uganda Agriculture Insurance Scheme. This facility does two things. It provides direct insurance to farmers, but also for some of the people who are accessing agriculture credits from banks. When you go to a bank and you are taking an agriculture loan, please verify that they are insured. Verify that they are insured if they are participating in the Uganda Agriculture Insurance Scheme. The advantage for that is you will pay 50% of the insurance premium, the money paid to buy insurance, if you confirm that your agriculture loan is participating in the scheme. I would advise you don't take the loan because if it is not participating in the scheme. Why? The government put that scheme in place to make agriculture credit accessible and also to help de-risk the challenges you get when you deploy that money into the agricultural production that you are putting it in. So if you walk to a banking hall and you want to access agriculture credit, confirm that it is insured. And if it is insured, confirm that you are not paying 100% of the money you need to pay for insurance, but paying 50% if you are a small-scale farmer, paying 70% if you are a large-scale farmer. Have we understood that? So that is how insurance actually start linking up with banking. I therefore urge you, all of us seated here, in case you have any issue with insurance, you have the leverage to contact the Insurance Regulatory Authority. For us, my name is Bonnie Okello. I'm responsible for Western Uganda, starting from Bulisa to Kisoro, and that's why I'm here in Masindi for this banking hall. Call us. We will be able to support you from wherever you are. Our number is 0770 755 465. I repeat, 0770 755 465. That number goes to the regional office. And should you not have credit to call, please call 0800 124 124. That is a toll-free line which will go to Kampala. Tell them that I have an issue with insurance, either with my banks or with my direct insurer, and then your issues will be addressed. I hope I've used 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bonnie Okello, Regional Head of Insurance Regulatory Authority, Western. Ladies and gentlemen, we now turn to you. Akaire akebikaguzo oine kyagamba kaikire abokuba noyetaga kutwa ebikaguzo hare emirundi ebiri okusobora kwandika ekikaguzo kyawo kakituhereza hare ebitutungira already rundo kahandika omukono. Twina abantu basatu Tuina Joseph Singoma ayemerera hano ina microphone. Tuina Albert Businje ayemerera hagati ala ina microphone. Tuina okay. Tuina na nyuma kuli Dominic nawe Kiprotich aina microphone. So yemera na mbero kali abajja kwa microphone otugambire eibara kando kaguze kikaguzo kimu nikyo tutaswagira abantu abandi abo akasomekana. Haroho mukono hanu Joseph banzo joherezo no microphone. Haroho no hanu then tubanze tugenda hagati Albert. There's a hand just near you there. That gentleman later, not now. Then Kiprotich, there is a hand next to you, so we'll be balancing. Okay.
So my name is Kanga Oyeseri, and my question goes to Immaculate Nakato, who was talking about the government securities. Specifically, my question goes to the treasury bonds, these ones which are long term. She said sometimes it can even go as it covers many years, even 5, 10, or even 20 or plus. Now, what happens if I make my investment with a treasury bond and then something happens in between? Let's say it's a political instability. And then, of course, we don't wish that to happen, but then there is a change of government. Like what happened in 1986, then what happens to my money?
Ego. Ego waitu. kaguza tukitungire. The Deputy Governor's representative, I'm sure you've got the question about the branch. Okay. Reverend Canon.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Reverend Canon Ronald Mukuru. Mine goes to the representative of the Deputy Governor. How do we get to know these other credit institutions that are licensed by Bank of Uganda? Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Canon. At the back, Albert. Thank you. Kiprotich, hand over the microphone to the person next to you. Bali muno sente nuswemu Vincent Omnyero Vincent Jagarukamu. Then second last for this session, then on Nwasembe and what tuanze tugarukemu. Wabale Munyoro Kado Macris. Akusemba you for now. Abaina microphone. Albert Mbanze Mbenazo. Be with the microphones for now. The last for this session.
Mwebale muno. Bakunyita Bagonza William. Chonka eki kuntabura. Mutukambe tuba na account. Banki zikulia center account mahan. Mara miezi ebiri sente zono bazirowi. Okuteka yo zitu ni baziyo. Ati tukole tuta.
Kubyegarukiramu nkoko arabasimire.
Thank you. Thank you for your feedback. I can see we've got more than the sheets have got more than 50. To me, this is very good feedback because you've been listening. And that is very positive, and clap for yourselves. I'm going to allocate questions based on, the first one, of course, goes to Immaculate. Immaculate, someone wondered, if they invest in government securities and government changes, what happens? Do banks respond to central bank rates? Deo, Sunday, I think you respond to that. Farmers benefited from SCF, but the process is very long. Dorothy, you respond to that. Why not establish a branch in Bunyoro region? That one we shall take it. Reverend Canon Mukuru, how do we tell apart banks that are licensed by Bank of Uganda and those that are not? I think I'll take it up. You've come today and you may never come back. If we have follow-on questions, what will happen? I think communication will help us respond to that. Mr. Isingom, I didn't get your question again very clearly, and my neighbor also did not hear it. So I don't know, maybe Kiprotich will help us to get that question and send it again to us. Mr. Kadoma, old notes that have, where can they be changed from? Currency, you'll help us attend to it. Bank charges, finish our savings. What can we do? Let me respond to that, and then the others will also come in. Now, banks have many kinds of accounts. They have savings accounts, they have current accounts. Uganda, okay. Banka zina account nyingi zezo. Bogenda mu banka nobaga oyagala kugulawo account. Babuuze muina account za kikaaki. Waliwo account nga tebakusaba na ssente. Yeziri. Waliwo account ez'abaana bato abasoma. Waliwo account ez'obusuubuzi. Waliwo account z'omuntu ayagala okutereka obuteresi nobagamba nti njagala kuteeka ssente zange zino nja kuzikima nga wayiseewo ng'omwaka gumu. Ebyo byonna bw'obannyonnyola bakubuulira essente mmeka ze bajja okukuggyako buli account. Kakati gwe oba tobabuuzizza nobagamba nze njagala kuggulawo account, bajja kuwa account gye basobola okuggyako essente nnyingi. Ekyo buli omu kyakola bulijjo. Naye nja kusaba bank Stanbic, I want you to come and explain the type of accounts you have at an appropriate time. We shall invite you to come and explain the type of accounts you have and the charges. Now, Reverend Cannon, about the type, how to tell the banks, institutions that are supervised by Bank of Uganda and those that are not. First and foremost, all the institutions that are supervised by Bank of Uganda, when you walk there in their premises, you'll see a Bank of Uganda license. It shows licensed and supervised by Bank of Uganda. In the banking halls, they will have the license. So when you enter banking hall, look around. It is a first you'll see, because it is a requirement of the law. Secondly, the first tier and second tier, they always use the word bank in their name. Erinnya eryo si buli muntu nti asobola okukozesa erinnya bank mu linnya lyayo. Stanbic Bank, Centenary Bank, for tier 1 and tier 2. Microfinance deposit taking institutions nazo tukitadde mu mateeka basobole okukozesa erinnya banka, naye simanyi bulungi baba bakiteekamu. Naye bw'oyingiramu bw'oti mu banking hall, oba osobola okulaba ekipande ekiraga nti bano Bank of Uganda yabawa license okukola omulimu gwa banking. Ekyokubiri ky'osobola okulabirako, banka zonna Bank of Uganda zeerabirira ne Deposit Protection Fund ebawa insurance nti buli muntu yenna atereka mu banka eyo, singa banka eyo bagiggala mu bbanga eritasukka mwezi gumu, buli abadde alina miliyoni 10, Deposit Protection Fund eba emaze okukola ki? Okumusasula ssente ze. Bw'oba olinayo ezisukka mu miliyoni 10, endala ozifuna luvannyuma nga bamaze okutunda ebintu bya banka ebaba bamaze okugiggala. N'olwekyo bwe mugenda mu banking halls, ate ogenda mu banka emu, tunula ogende ogolabe bano bwe muzigulawo account ya savings bagenda kusaba ssente mmeka. Ogende mu banka endala n'eyokusatu n'eyokuna nga tonasalawo wa wogenda kugula account. Kakati kansooke mpite bannange basooke baddemu ebibuuzo ebyo, then ndyoke ngende ku bino ebiwandiike kuba nabyo bingi.
Ekibuzo ekyabuuziddwa ku migabo gya gavumenti kyabuuziddwa omwami Kangawo Yeseri ng'abuuza nti bwe babaawo olutalo oba gavumenti n'ekyuka, bwe babaawo enkyukakyuka yonna, ki ekituuka ku ssente zange ze mba mpoze gavumenti? Bannayo obuvunaanyizibwa obwabwe wa Bank of Uganda okutunda emigabo gya gavumenti bunene nnyo. Nga Bank of Uganda tubadde ne gavumenti ndoza zikyuse emirundi 8 bwe mbambaze bulungi, okuva 1969 bwe twakwasibwa obuyinza okutunda emigabo gya gavumenti. Naye buli kinnoomu eyasiga ensimbi ze mu migabo gya gavumenti yasasulwa oba abadde asasulwa. Era kyova olaba nti ffe ng'aba Bank of Uganda tubagamba ogulawo bank account eya bulijjo naye n'obeera n'eyo account eraga obukakafu nti okoze eki olina emigabo gya gavumenti. Nti wabaawo enkyukakyuka yonna ffe ng'aba Bank of Uganda tulina obuvunaanyizibwa kitukakatako nti oli eyasizze ensimbi ze asigala akola ki? Asasulwa. Ne bw'ofa katugeze nti nno gw'ofudde naye ku foomu gye wajjuza ng'oggulawo akawunti y'emigabo gya gavumenti kubeerako next of kin. Next of kin oyo yabaako banaye bwe mugula ebintu by'obugagga baako gw'obuulirako. Abambi mukikola nnyo. Abakyala bagamba bamaama baabwe, bagamba baganda baabwe, n'abaami beesirikira. Era ebiseera ebisinga eby'obugagga byabwe tebiba transferred. Bannange next of kin oyo mukulu nnyo. Era bw'ofa nga enkola yonna weebeera oba oli mu banka bajja kubuuza gwe next of kin bw'oba otegedde nti nno omuntu yaŋŋambako nti no waliyo ebyaki eby'obugagga. Ng'ebyera nga bw'obimanyi nti omuntu bw'afa wabeerawo letters of administration nti waliwo agenda okkulira eby'obugagga byo era ajja kgenda abiclaiminge. Yeemu engeri gy'ogenda okukola ki? Okclaiminga ssente zo eziri mu Bank of Uganda. Yengeri yeemu ojja kubeera ne letters of administration obukakafu nti yeggwe muntu mutuufu yeggwe alina okufuna ebyo eby'obugagga bwe babaawo ensonga yonna nti n'omuntu alina obifuna akoze eki? Afudde. So emitendera gye gimu. Naye bannange eyo foomu abantu munaye bagibuusa amaaso tebateekako next of kin. Naye tuddeyo ku kiri gavumenti bw'ekyukakyuka leero tusigala tukola ki? Tukusasula. Tuba tulina obuvunaanyizibwa obukola ki? Obukusasula ffe ng'aba Bank of Uganda. Mpozi n'ekirala kye njagala okunokolayo nti tulina naffe abakola ki? Abatutunuulira. Banka enkulu ey'ensi yonna gye bayita World Bank ebeera ekola ki? Ebeera etutunuulira. Era naffe erina engeri gy'ekola ki? Gyetufumitamu ne tugamba bannaaye mulina obuvunaanyizibwa buno era mukole ki? Mu butuukirize. Tulina IMF bonna batutunuulira nga Bank of Uganda. Naffe tulina abakola ki? Abatufuga oba abatutunuulirako n'amaaso. So nti nno tetusobola kubeera na buvunaanyizibwa ate ne tukola ki? Ne tubusuulawo. Kitukakatako nga Bank of Uganda okukola ki? Okutuukiriza obwo obuvunaanyizibwa. Mwebale nnyo.
Nga tonnabagenda. Waliwo abuuzizza ayagala kumanya interest rates ku treasury bills, treasury bonds ne withholding tax. Naye nga tonnabagenda ku ekyo ayogedde ku World Bank ne IMF batutunuulira babweru. Ne mu Uganda tulina Ministry of Finance yetufuga. Kakati Ministry of Finance bwe tuva mu Ministry of Finance tulina Parliament. Periodically Parliament yetuyita negamba governor jangu tubuulire nga bw'okola. N'olwekyo temulowooza tutuule eno tukola byonna bye twagala. Nedda tulina amateeka agatufuga era tugeza kulaba nti tugoberera amateeka ago. Buli mwaka Auditor General ajja n'atunuulira ebitabo bya Bank of Uganda okulaba biki bye tukola, engeri gye tubikolamu, era bw'amala ripooti yo n'agitwala mu Parliament ne bayita governor ne ttiimu ye yonna ne bannyonnyola buli kimu nga bwe kigenda. Mbadde ndowooza nti ekyo kankyogere.
Mwebale nnyo ssebo. Ekibuuzo ekirala ku miwendo kuba ku magoba. Amagoba gafaanana gatya? Waliwo omwami yazze wano n'ayogera ku CBR kwe tutandikira okukola ki? Okuwa amagoba. Myezi 3 oyinza okufuna amagoba obutundutundu 10 ku buli 100. Gy'oyongera okusiga ensimbi zo mu bbanga eppanvu gy'okoma okukola ki? Gy'okoma okufunamu. Kaakati bwe twogerera emyaka 25 tuyimiridde ku butundutundu 16 n'obugwamu ndooza nga 8. Buli bwe weeyongera okuteeka mu bbanga eppanvu lw'okola ki? Lw'oyongera okuganyulwamu. Omwaka gumu bwe twogerera ojja kufunamu obutundutundu 11 ku buli 100. mpozi just okubawa ekifaananyi nti nzigyamu ssente mmeka. Bw'oba ofunye emitwalo gyo 10 leero n'ogamba nti no njagala kusiga mu migabo gya gavumenti egy'omwaka ogumu, oyinza okuggyamu omutwalo gumu. Naye gwe omutwalo ogumu gulabika ng'essente entono ddala ng'otandika okukola ki? Okusiga. Naye buli bw'oteekayo n'otajjaayo ezo ssente zikola ki? Zikula. Naye bw'ogenda mu ddwaliro, mpozi njagala obbawa okwefaananyiza, bw'ogenda mu ddwaliro ne bakugamba nti eno operation ya mitwalo 11, n'obagamba nina emitwalo 10, bane banaakusonyiwa. Bajja kukusaba ogwo omutwalo ogumu. Bajja kugamba leeta emitwalo 11 gye twagala tulyoke tukole operation. So kaakati buli ssente gy'ofunamu ne bw'oba ng'ofunyeemu kitono ekirabika nti kitono leero, kikola ki? Kikula. Era yeeyo ffe eŋŋombo yaffe nti bane mujje mukole ki? Musige essimbi zammwe mu migabo gya gavumenti. Withholding tax kanjogere katono. Ebbanga eppanvu okutuuka ku myaka 5, ebbanga erimpi okuva ku myezi 3 okutuuka ku myaka 5, withholding tax eri ku butundu 2 ku buli 100 ku magoba gokka. Si kuzirya essente z'otaddemu naye ku magoba gokka. Si principle eri gy'okoze eki gy'owoze gavumenti naye ku magoba gokka. Okuva ku myaka
banyonyere principle tebakitaxi.
Principle tebakola ki? Tebateekako musolo. Naye okuva ku myaka 10 okutuuka ku myaka 25 twapushinga nnyo tukole ki? Tukendeeze ng'aba Bank of Uganda. Era kaakati omusolo guli ku butundu 10 ku ki? Ku buli 100, naye era ku interest kwokka.
Webale nnyo, webalire ddala. Kaakati kampereze n'abalala baddemu ebibuuzo. Kaakati tufunye ebibuuzo bingi nnyo mu buwandiike. Byonna tetujja kusobola kubiddamu wano. Naye olw'eggulo tugenda kubanga tuli ku radio. Kansabe ku Bunyoro Broadcasting Service essaawa meka? Ssaawa 2 n'ekitundu. Mutuule muwulirize ebibuuzo byammwe nga bwe mubituweereza. Tujja kusobola okubiddamu tubanyonyole buli kimu kyonna kye mubadde mubuuza. Kuba ebimu bifaanana.
Thank you, DG. I'm honored. Thank you. I'm here to respond to 2 questions. One of them is about mutilated currency. Esente ezitemukire muzikola muta bw'omulaba mutakusobola genda mu Bank of Uganda. Muzitwala mu commercial banks zanyu, hakuba ezo banks nizo zijja mu Bank of Uganda bw'obaba nibayihayo sente obaba nibatayo sente. So itwe tugamba nti hano hariho commercial banks, mwinewo za Centenary, Stanbic, Equity, Absa. Bw'olaba oyinemu account on bank, oyina akasente akatemukire, tutalo hano okatwala mu banka ezo bayijja kukuhinduriramu sente zaawe. Baitu kyaleero twizireho n'obusente obutaito, bw'omulaba mwinewo papula bwanyu mwijja genda halo mu tenti babachenjingira opapula bwanyu babahereza obupyaka. Baitu sente muzikwate kurungi, esente tutamu amaanyi, oyimuka n'ogenda n'okola yayo sente zaawe, ozikwate kurungi, ozirinde kurungi. Hakuba bw'oba tozirinzire kurungi, itwe kuzigaara aho twiha sente z'omwiwa omusolo kandi ziba nyingi. So itwena mulimu gwaitu kurora ngu sente tuzikwasire kurungi, nuko tusevinge, nuko tuwombeke ebintu nk'ekisaawe kya Hoima. Mwebale muno. So hano hariho posters ezikwoleka nkuko esente otazikwata kubi, otazihandikaho, kinda kyo bakibalizeho ga ebiro bino hariho abantu abagamba anywe tinkwijja kugura kaadi kankuhereze kisembo omusente kwaho banozisiisa. Valentine's Day, sente zikwate oziteeke mu envelope success card sente zikwate oziteeke mu envelope oba oziteeke mu success card y'omwana nukwo ozimuheereze nukwo azipendinge kurungi baitu mutasiisa sente mwebale muno. Bank of Uganda tries as much as possible so that you understand the notes that you have. Our notes have security features that some you can see. For example, when you look at this part, in the clear part of the money, if you hold a note, I have some money here. There's this part which is clean. This part which is clean. This one, when you hold it, you will see a crested crane and it will have the denomination of the note. So those are some of the things you can look at, but also we have security features where you just touch the note and you feel the print. You can feel it. Even our sisters and brothers who are visually impaired, they have something here at the bottom. They can touch it and know that this is this particular denomination. Now, as we talk about this, we want you to know so that you fight counterfeiters, okay? We have people who will tell you that if you do this, maybe we can multiply your money, you do this, but you can tell what is genuine and what is not genuine. Now, the counterfeits, which is fake money, in bracket, in quotes, fake, they just make photocopies. They'll get a paper, clean paper, very smooth, and just make a photocopy. But for a genuine note, our bank notes, you will feel them, you will smell it, and even when you hold it, you can tell that indeed this is a bank note. And so we want you to know so that you can fight counterfeiters. And if you get to have one by accident, take it to police and report it. Don't again give it to someone else. I know sometimes there are temptations that, okay, I will not make this loss alone. Maybe someone else should. No, please don't. The moment you get it, take it to police. One last thing I want to talk about is the small coin. Those that someone mentioned it about the small coins. Now, Bank of Uganda is mandated to give the legal tender, the notes and the coins. And in doing this, we want them secure by showing you what we have expressed, the security features. We want them durable so that they can last for some time. And so we have notes and coins, but also want them to be in the denomination mix so that you can facilitate your businesses. Now, some of you might say, but I don't need 50 shillings. How about someone who goes to a supermarket, but maybe there is VAT and it has those small bits at the end? What we are saying is that we don't want traders to take advantage of the system. We don't want them to take us as an excuse. Titukwenda batwekwase. So we want to do our job. We are like, you can do this. You can use 50,000, just like traders. When you're going to buy something that needs more than 50,000 and you have the 50,000 note, that's what you go with. If you're going to buy something that is between 10 and 20, maybe you take 10,000 and 5,000. If you're going to buy something that is less than 5,000, we have 1,000 and 2,000. We want to facilitate business so that people don't take advantage of us. If you don't do that intentionally or unintentionally, we shall be facilitating those people to take advantage of us. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Can you kindly pass over the microphone to Deo so that he can respond to his questions?
Thank you very much. The question I'm responding to is the question that was asking, do banks respond to the central bank rate? And I can honestly tell you, yes. So how does this happen? For instance, when a bank says we're changing the CBR, so for instance, we want to decrease the CBR, the governor with his powers communicates that to the public. And then he will invite the chief executives of all the banks in the country. He has a meeting with them and explains why he is suggesting we should change the policy or we should decrease the interest rate. And out of that engagement, the banks naturally always do that. But they also have a rate that they use to lend between themselves, what we call the interbank rate. Okay? The interbank is the rate at which banks lend between themselves. Historically, when we look down the road, whenever the policy rate changes, if we decrease, we increase, that rate responds in line with that. And as we know, banks are business. Some business, when prices change, they probably remain with their prices. But also you have to be mindful that there's always a period that is necessary for these changes to take place. It's always very hard. If I walk up and told you, decrease the price of your posho, what are you going to tell me? Decrease the price of posho. What are you naturally going to tell me? You know what? I bought that posho at 5,000. Okay, you wait. When I sell this stock, I will decrease the price. That's how banks behave. But on average, down the road, they will always respond to the guidance the central bank has issued. So be assured they respond to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dorothy, there were some questions for SCF. Why does it take very long to get these funds?
Webale omuntu akagwize ngu
Dorothy,
akagenda
come in front and you face the public.
omuntu akagwize kuzo ngu akagenda mu bank ya Post Bank akabonabona okutunga loan age ekamutwala obwire bwingi okutunga loan age. Webale ekibuuzo kinu banks ezindi nizitalibaniza ba customer beitu nikirugira habutamanya, lack of awareness. Bamperega obwire butaito beitu haliwo amagoba gambire 12%. Amagoba ago gona nigagenda commercial banks. These days nitugenda mu byaro twabeta mu meetings twabagamba inywe nanywe mtungamu loan age. That has changed. Omwaka gwa weire Post Bank ekatunga ekisembo ekyo kugaba loan. So gezako okareyo.
It is Pearl Bank now, not Post Bank.
Ni bajeta Pearl Bank. Governor, thank you. Yes. Pearl Bank ekatunga ekisembo okugaba zino loans. So the status has changed. Wait, no, I wanted to read the toll-free number of Bank of Uganda. Koragenda mbanka watunga ekizibu mu loan ez'obulimi tuine esimu ya busa nobasa kugitera twakuyamba ku following up halon yawe kandi basomere esimu ya busa mugitere mu bwire bw'okukora. It is 0800 emwe ina 0
Again, slowly.
Again.
Slowly.
0800 M ina 0 ina. Hati loan zino tukagaba 11,835 abatungire loan zino worth 1.4 trillion akatabara. So mwije sente ziriwo. I know that the process has improved. Mutatina Ogenda Bank, the process has improved. Please reach out to us to Jabayamba following up. Mwebale.
Thank you. Thank you. Communications, there's some questions for you.
Thank you, Representative of the Deputy Governor. There's a gentleman who mentioned that it's taken us long to get here, and you're not sure if we will ever come back again, but you would prefer if we are here with you every day. For me, that is a win. If you want us to be here with you every day, means that we are adding value. So thank you for that feedback. Now, we are sorry that we were not here earlier, but the country is big. And so it takes us time to go around all the districts. In fact, there are some other districts as well that we've not been to. But the message I want to give the public out there is that we are coming. We will be with you soon. So just watch the space. And for Masindi in particular, once we have gone around, we will come back again and engage with you. But also we have other ways of engagement, which is through the radio stations, the local radio stations. So tune in and call in if you have questions. We are also on social media. So post a question, post a comment, we respond. We are in the newspapers, we are on television. So don't wait for the town hall alone, because we are also using the other mediums. Before I sit, I also want to add on something about whether the central bank rate really works. The central bank rate is also a rate which guides our interaction with commercial banks. So when commercial banks need to borrow money from us, depending on the type of borrowing they are doing, the rate will be at the central bank rate or with a slight adjustment depending on the type of borrowing, but around the central bank rate. So when we increase the central bank rate, we will lend to commercial banks at a higher rate than the previous period. When we reduce the central bank rate, we will lend to commercial banks at the new central bank rate, which is lower than the previous one. So if banks are borrowing at BOU, from BOU at a lower rate because we have lowered the central bank rate, then they must also lend to you at a lower rate. If we increase the rate and banks are borrowing from us at a higher rate, then they must also increase the rate. And in case we lower it and they have not lowered the rate at which they are lending to you, the governor engages with the banks every month. And during these engagements, there will be a very tough conversation between the governor and the banks, especially those that are not responding to the signal. So just to reconfirm that the banks adjust as we adjust the central bank rate.
Thank you very much. I will not read all the questions, but there are a few that I've picked that I think I should share because they relate to other authorities. The first one on the issue of shares. How and when does an account of shares be declared dormant? I think Capital Markets Authority, that will go to you. The next one is going to the Insurance Regulatory Authority. They were asking about where they can register, pay, how much fees do they have to pay to register, what are the benefits of members, and why does insurance take long to pay the victims? I think those you respond to them in due course. But let me address the issue of the cooperative bank. First and foremost, you need to understand that the cooperative bank was a commercial bank like any other commercial bank. It, in addition to agricultural loans, it was also offering a whole range of commercial loans. and it went out of the market for a number of reasons. The call to establish the cooperative bank has been on for a while, but we have never received an application to open another cooperative bank. We can't reopen the one that was closed because it was closed and resolved. But if we ever got another application to open a similar cooperative bank with the same objectives, we can look at the application, but that has not happened. Now, why did the cooperative bank collapse? It is because you and me, who borrowed money from this commercial bank, from this cooperative bank, we did not pay as well as was expected to pay. It made losses and it eventually went out of business. So even if we cry for the cooperative bank to be reopened and our intention is to come and borrow money and don't pay it back, it will be the same cycle. It will be the same cycle. We just need to appreciate how banks work. They work just like our own businesses. You only open a business for as long as you make profits. If there are profits in the business you've opened, you will continue operating and you continue expanding. But for as long as there is no money out of that business, you don't have any motivation, because the shareholders who put money in that business, if they don't get a return on their investment, it doesn't make sense. They will close it down. So if you want agricultural loans, they are there and you can access them through any other bank in Uganda. But my humble plea is, when you borrow, pay back, because some of these resources are revolving. What you borrow, when you pay it back, I also be able to borrow it, and it circulates to the next person, and it is only through that each one of us as Ugandans will benefit from the government, the programs that have been established by government. Thank you. Can we have another round of also? So after that, we shall get another round of questions, but the ones that are written, we shall respond to them when we go on radio.
Okay.
Capital Markets Authority.
Thank you very much. The question is, at what point are shares in an account, or at what point is an account declared dormant? We do not have a provision on dormancy, okay? Because once you buy shares, like my colleague said, shares represent title. They are a unit of ownership, okay? So whether you buy more shares, whether you sell more shares, once you hold the shares and they're in your name, you have title to those shares. So we do not have dormancy requirements around shares held in what is called a depository account.
Thank you, RA. Come in front. As he comes in front, someone asked, if someone dies and leaves money in the bank, can Bank of Uganda help the family members to access that money? I'll respond to that question after the person from insurance responds.
Thank you. I split the question into three. Where to register for insurance? In this town, we have two insurance companies. We have Swico and Excel. You can talk to them about any insurance need. I need to let you know that insurance is very diverse. That's why I said you can't talk about it in 5 minutes, because agriculture insurance is provided through a consortium, which is set up by government, Agriculture Insurance Consortium. That particular consortium is a subject on its own. Call us and you will get the answers. How much do you pay? You pay according to the insurance you are buying. If you are buying agriculture insurance, for example, you are buying for livestock, you are buying for crops, you are buying for beans, you are buying for matoke, all prices are different. So you just talk to the insurance company and you determine your risk and your insurance product, and then they will determine for you what you should pay. The bottom line for agriculture is, if you are participating within the government scheme and you are a small-scale farmer, you will pay 50% of the price they have told you. If they have told you the price is 100,000, you make sure you pay 50,000 only, not the whole 100%. That is, the other 50% is paid by government. Why do insurance companies take long? A number of reasons. One of them, when they ask us to provide documents to enable insurance companies validate your claims, you don't want to submit. Give a simple example of accident. When you get an accident, the first thing is go to police. What do? We run away from police. And then when you submit your claim to insurance company, the first thing they will ask, please get a police report. When people get that, then they start saying insuring is delaying claims. Let's do our part. I shouldn't forget to say, there are so many fraudsters who want to defraud insurance fund. Insurance operate on a fund, the collection of all of us that we have put together to compensate the unfortunate few. But there are people who want to steal that money from insurance companies. So it makes insurance company a bit careful to make sure that whoever is coming to take up insurance benefit must be the rightful person, not just anybody who is perpetuating. And those are the people who make the most noise. If a fraudster comes to take up insurance, make a claim for an accident which has not happened, immediately the insurance company says, you know what, provide A. Where do they run to? Social media. And then say insurance A doesn't pay. You see, they have refused to pay my claim. And yet, the insurance doesn't have the opportunity to come back to the entire public and say, you know what, this guy was actually attempting to steal money. In 2023, if I can tell you, insurance industry paid fraudulent claim to a tune of 7.5 billion. You can imagine. Until the regulator said, you know what, don't pay claims unless you are sure. Because we can't be paying, promoting fraud in the industry. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, let me respond to the question of if someone dies and they have an account in a bank. Bw'ogenda mu bank okugulawo account, balina forms ze bakuwa za njawulo nnyingi. Hannington waswa account yange. Bakubuuza next of kin. Bw'oba toliiwo, ani gwe tunaasobola okuwa ssente ezo ku account. Ebintu bye bibasaba, zino ze zimu ku nsonga lwaki baba baagala ki? Okumanya abo ba next of kin. Ani anasobola okuddukanya ensonga zo bw'oba toliiwo. Kakati, bw'ofa banka netemanya nti wafa. Bw'ayitawo emyaka 2 nga account yo tewaliwo kigenda mu maaso. Bagamba, en account teriiko kigenda mu maaso. Nga bagiteekako envumbo. Munda mu bank teri muntu asobola kukwata ku account eyo nga manager tamuwadde eki lukusa. Kubanga wayiseewo emyaka 2 nga tewali akola ki? Agikwata ateekako oba ajjayo. Bw'ayitayo emyaka emirala 3, banka ejja kuwandiika mu mawulire egaye bannange, omuntu ono abadde alina account mu banka yaffe okumala ebbanga bweriti ne bweriti, naye emyaka 5 egiyise account ye teriiko kigenda mu maaso. N'olwekyo nannyini waayo bw'oba gy'oli, kyangu okole ki? Otubuulire tugizze bujja. Bw'oba tozze ne wayitayo emyaka emirala 5, ssente zonna ezibadde ziri ku account eyo bazikwata ne baziweereza mu Bank of Uganda. Kakati ssente ze bamala ozitwala mu Bank of Uganda, omuntu wonna ovaayo ow'Oluganda n'agamba bannange omuntu ono yafa naye yalina ssente. Oba olina kgenda mu banka account gye yali n'obagamba bannange ono omuntu wange yafa nenjagala ssente zino kubanga nze ndabirira famire ye. Olina okubeera n'ebiwandiiko ebiraga nti gwakola ki? Gw'olina okuddukanya estate y'oyo omuntu eyafa. Kati bw'oziwa banka eyo ssente mwe zaali, banka ejja tuwandiikira mu Bank of Uganda nti bannange twabaweereza ssente z'omuntu bw'ati ne bw'ati ku lunaku bweruti ne bweruti, naye famire ye ezze eyagala ssente ze. Kakati jjukira account bwe baagiweereza mu Bank of Uganda eri mu banka bakola ki? Baagiggalawo. Kati ffe tubawandiikira, tulina foomu gye tubaweereza nti bagamba kale bw'abazze twagala muddemu muggulirewo account endala kwe tugenda okuweereza ssente zaani z'oyo omuntu eyafa. N'olwekyo bwe kiba kikutuuseeko ne bagamba ddamu oggulewo account endala, tolowooza nti banka ekola ki? Ekukeerera teyagala kuwa ssente. Eri enkadde gye baali baggulawo baagiggalawo, ssente ne bakola ki? Ne bazireeta mu Bank of Uganda. Tufuna byonna ebiwandiiko ebyetaagibwa, ssente zijja kuddayo mu banka baziteeke ku account yo, famire esobole okufuna ssente ezo. Tekitegeeza nti omuntu bw'afa sente ze zikola ki nazo abafudde nazo nedda family eba esobola okuzifuna naye banka eba yeetaaga ebiwandiiko okukakasa nti ono yakufuna sente zonna eziri ku akawunti y'ono omuntu afudde. Kansubire ntegere ekisimu ekyo. Mwebale nnyo Robert.
Engalo ez'amaanyi muno zengabwa wa Deputy Governor Omunyoro Huntington Waswa. Hati tugenda kutunga ebikaguzo ebindi betutaka bitungire tukwetaga mutugambire olukurato runo lukurubata rutabo kutunure ntimbe haraka box aka ka black abakira tuina amasimu ga smartphone mpora iwo kusobora kuolekereza aka box aho okatuhereza feedback rundo katugambira ebintu mulingo birubasire kandi niko kitukonye kuba nabagambira nenye mulingo mukusobora kuba ni mukoso busimo obwo mukatuhereza feedback egyo. So hati leka tugenda bikaguze bindi waitu Deputy Governor Isingoma Kiprotich Albert take position.
My question was, you talked about the 1 shilling, the 50 shilling being used, but here in Masindi we don't use 50 shillings. Why does it not work here and yet in Kampala you are using it?
Thank you so much. My name is Francis Vyamukama. Article 161 of the Constitution talks about the establishment of BOU. Article 162, the functions of BOU, and specifically on the digital support. Question: how is the bank supporting digital services for the underserved population, and perhaps what are the available safeguards to protect the rural population from fraud in digital finance? Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Bonnie. I have 2 questions to the representative of the Deputy Governor. As an institution, to what extent is Bank of Uganda independent from the political mafia in this country? Then in the same regard, there is money that just disappeared mysteriously from Bank of Uganda. What viable measures have you put the same from happening, and what do you learn from that scenario? Thank you.
Nitukaguza otagarukamu ekikaguze kakagwizibwegera bubwire tukaguze bikaguze bihiyaka. Aina microphone yemero kaguze kaguzo kyawe.
Gender sensitivity.
Ego tukuhura mukonyere to make sure that the microphone is on.
Hello. Zengenda kuza mu Uganda. Kola mu IRA. Lwaki bogenda mu banka? Tutambe ngenze mu banka ne milioni 10. Banka yangwanya okujjako sente ezo. Wenzira after like 2 days okujjako like 50 million. Lwaki omuntu mumusumbuwa ne mugamba musimanyi we are looking for the source of funding. Kati wali lwaki wena zireta temwasobola kumbuuza ekibuuzo kisente bazijewa. Ekyokubiri. Ekyokubiri. Bank of Uganda ekoze ekipa money lenders ababonyabonya abantu okufa. Ekisembayo zina banking ako sente zange ku ATM machine milioni 5. Kati nazibanking ku Friday. Kati bwenaddayo ku Monday ne banking slips zange esente zali less by 800. When nagezaako complaining, I failed to get my money and I lost it completely. Olina ngambano kungamba zino sente bwali bwa mutwalo at the end of it nangamba zino sente teziwagenda machine, and yet atina emiliyoni ennya mitwalo bizagenda and I lost 800. Bwogenda okukomplainga mu banka bakuzunda ne bakutambuza genda wa banka manager. Lwaki banka behaving like that okuba sente z'abantu?
Bajja kugarukamu.
Hardly add money.
Ego webale muno bagenda kugarukamu. Aina engambiso.
Thank you so much. Protocol observed. My name is Kasimire Shamim, and my question goes to say owa security owa gambirege nti bwe tulima nkaitwe, for example, I'm a woman and a farmer. For example, when I go to insurance, sometimes the insurance team does not come on ground to find out exactly what has happened. They tell you that they have followed satellites in Kampala. When they have agents where on ground, I witnessed that one under the organization IIRR, and I was on ground, and the experts on ground were not given permission to do the accountability of what they have seen on ground. And when it was published everywhere and every media was doing that, showing what has happened in Kasese, but the satellites again, they were saying we are detecting it from Kampala, which I think wasn't appropriate. Therefore, my area of concern is these ones under that, how do they do that? Do they authorize the people down on ground to do that or not? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Aina microphone. Microphone kisembeze hai hinai weniko tukule.
Ati nyongu kagusi. Mukalejao nyakajao sente za group. Eza gurezo buzaizire nyongu agenda mu banka nkaibiri. Bampakanira kimu esente za hayo esente banki kazigura. Hati zinu omukujja kuzituha nibwe banka zitazigule tukazunga. Banki kazigura yazitwara tibusaho sente. Hati zinu murazituha. Izo tibazitwale. Tibazigule. Turaziyanga.
Okay, Mnyarokati Dorothy, you have taken note. Ngweza agro bakagamba ziriyo banka baija bazigura bazitwara. Hati zinezo kubazaho zoti bazigule bakazitwara. Aha.
Ibara ninyowe Kasaija Rashidi Ali adieri ekitabuzo kyange genda hali insurance. Insurance bakoraho components ya accidents obisibo abalimire naka haroho ekubesi naka injury sisire bintu byabantu mbaye nsaba nti abantu batateeka mu component ya obusuma mu insurance niko muntu nawe ainsuringe kintu kye abo obusuma yireyo loan niko atungire kisigo riskage abe nasobora kora kusasura ako kandi hali kwenda kusaba nti insurance eteke munamani abakuba halo sente za PDM za abantu batungire bisibu ndi babayibaho bintu bakutengere mu insurance ekyo yo muntu ayibwe bintu niko asobole kora kusasurwa.
Okay, a colleague from IRA put in a component for insuring against theft, especially when they use PDM money to do business, so that in case anything happens, they can be compensated.
Thank you. I'm Fidel.
Bokumara Reverend Canon.
I'm Fidel Obia Ndama, Vice Regional Chairperson, Teachers Uganda National State Union, Western Region. Mine goes on, you say you regulate inflation and salary and that. Now my area is there is salary irregulation. Others clients are getting more, others are getting more money. Parliament is deciding for themselves. Any money in amount to go. What are you doing to regulate that?
Obale muno baja kugaruka mu white. Obale Reverend Canon Mukuru. Oh, okay. Noted. Thank you, Reverend Canon Mukuru.
Yeah, thank you, Reverend Canon Ronald Mukuru. Of recent, there is something that has come up of opening an account with a TIN number. As a diocese, we are encouraging sub-parishes and parishes to have accounts. And as an administrator, when I recommend them, when they reach in the banks of their choice, they bounce. As a diocese, we are under the registered trustees of the Church of Uganda. There's nothing we can do without the permission of the trustees. Is there anything that can be done at that level
Bank of Uganda and the province of the Church of Uganda, so that we get a clear way of helping the churches to open their accounts. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Angunda Patson, and mine is all about low income earners. There are some people who earn low. You find that someone is having like 100 and he also wants to invest in government. There isn't any other alternative way. How an individual can invest without going open to a bank account? That is. Thank you.
Thank you. Aina microphone.
I'm Metin Otengo, a chairperson of Masindi Spouses Entrepreneurship Organization Uganda. My question is, ningependa kuuliza governor, why is it that if you go in the bank, see, when you withdraw money from ATM, you get forged? Kama unaenda kwa polisi, wanasema andika statement. 2, if I'm talking bad, you'll forgive me. 2, I'm supporting the other mama of chairman. They say that we have money for growth for women, not for Musimbo. But when you go in Pal Bank or any bank, they say you bring land title. If not, there is no money. But they have their own relatives. See, when they go, they get like in equity. They have money for masters for Equimama. But when you go there as women of soldiers, they say there is no money. They give their own mothers and sisters.
Thank you. We have heard you loud and clear. Albert unaye muntu enyumoko. Then nibo tugaruke hanu, then tugende wa engaba yobukamu.
Mukama fe yebazwe. Nze Joseph Chiria Wagoina. I am the Public Relations Officer for the Lutheran Church of Uganda in the Midwestern Inner. We also happen to have a cooperative society as a church called the Bunyoro Lutheran Community Multipurpose Cooperative Society Limited. So by God's grace, I happen to be the manager of that cooperative society. Yeah, my question is one, as Bank of Uganda, do you know anything called cryptocurrency? If you know about it, what is it exactly? Secondly, what measures have you put in place? Dombanti muchimanyi nti oba chibi, basi chibi, okuyamba abantu that may fall on their wrong hand. Thank you so much.
Wabale muno munyorokati hano. Albert, withdraw the microphone for now. Lady here, then the kingdom's representative. Then we first answer.
Makama Sima, Barry Kapoze is my name. Mwenye ne kitabu
Ibara liyawe.
Pauzia. Suti is the name of the street. I'm a street hawker, so bear with me. My question, bro, was said. My other question in Parliament was said. Now, there is this kitu kidogo here. The kitu kidogo, when you tell us, I happen to be an administrator in my late father's estate, but wherever we are born, we have faced kitu kidogo, corruption. I don't know what you're going to do, because one of our houses was sold forcefully. We were not ready to sell off our house, but it was sold. We have tried so much to get money from that ministry where we're supposed to get the money from. We only got half. And I think it has taken us more than 5 years. I don't know what we should do. That is one. Two, about the is it treasury bills or treasury bonds?
So na treasury bills na treasury bonds.
I'm asking, is if I decide to have money in those treasury bills and treasury bonds, interest is it taxable? Because no Kurora, as a business lady on the street, I'm saying over title. But should we assume until you tax our profits or the interest rate, is it taxable? Set of title. Mukuru Waiso, Waswa, of Saint of Teno Dara. Vanga, in what I'm trying to jangle, Nenjiteka Mugondo, Mungato zange zentunda ku street. Ninafuna mentwalisa. Kati gongambo otyo mu mwezi mpalu kumutwalo jange 10. Olaba nti government etubba bubi. Yes. Out of 100,000 bwensuubula engatto nfunamu emitwalo gyange 3. Gongamba otya mu mwaka mbugenda kumpa mutukozesa bukozesa sente z'abaweddeko. Amerika bwe yajjamu sente n'ezitoolamu sente mwasazeewo okukozesa mutwongereko sente. Me am ready. I'm a street walker. Me am ready. Naye obusente obwo butono nnyo. I'm not dictating, but kirowoozeeko. Akasembayo next of kin. I am an administrator already in my late father's estate. And teyaleka next of kin. Naye wano we nakulira wano. Nze ndi mu Lugwala Nvaaliwa. Naye nakulira wano. Wano wendi wano. I think I am one of the next of kins. Naye banka zituzunza zigamba. Next of kin is not supposed to be centers z'omugenzi tebazitransferring agituli. What is happening in banks? Who is the next of kin? Mu bitunyonnyole mu Lunyolo, mu Lugwala, mu Lululu, mu Luganda. Who is the next of kin? Yafuna sente nezidda ku account ye oba yavuga ekintu to head others to get their money.
Ego.
Saba mu kitundu
bakibasobole kurungi mukyetegereze. Ego.
Kuba kino nkigwiremu ebikopo mbigwiremu.
Ego.
Thank you.
Webale muno omunyorokati kaguza waite nga bayobukama Haji Serunkuma niwo kukingaho habwa hati nibo tutunge okwandukura.
Kahangirize rukira basayija wa Bunyoro Kitara, Dr. Solomon Gafabu Saiguru, omwana wa Sato Winyi Gafabusa, mujukuru Kabalega, asingire Karuzika. Omugo na mukeza kurungi ekyokulya kandi wekitiniso muhikirwa anduru yakutaga atenye na akora kurungi emirimu gyarukira abasajja giya mukwasize. Amabara ni Nyabudara Serunkuma kiki omusita rukwera. Kandi dukira abasajja amasaza ge gatana go 15 nambahirira Masindi municipality akagamba Abudara Serunkuma isaza lya Masindi municipality diribase nambali muri hanu muri mu isaza lyangemu munyikirize ntangire Bank of Uganda habwe kiroto ki arosire ya Rolanti yazire kutu urwanise kigambo butamanya mwebale muno. Obuisaza nga mbuteira hali ni nyowe chairman business community wa Masindi District. Ati abasubuzi nywena butuba tugenzire Nyamigisa ni nyobwa na mukuru wa abasubuzi ba Masindi. Hachia ikikutalibaniza muno muno mu banks zaitu ezo hagene habaye nkoragana omuntu nagenda yehora esente mu banka agenda asubule atungimu amagoba kana banka nayo nkuburi kamasho ekoreki nayo egobore hati niba mugamba tujja kwa sente zinu kuyihaho no leta y'omuntu bwakweta garanta ati bwakwika bwagenda lebasire akasanga wisaza kandi we chairman wabasubuzi nagamba ijyo obungarantinge busaka ntukona ka garanta ke bagama nti dundi bwali watunga sente za kakora na garanta ari koraki ati karo chonkati nambale yakwizire kizibu hati oli nizimulema kusasura hati buzimulema kusasura kandi mukichweko mwalimu kandi ateri security atokubola aho ya garantingire owa banka naija hati na chikutahya munagamba ati oli bwali yangire kusasura hati niyo uyine kukoraki niyo uyine kusasura kyonka oli bakubali bali amagoba gabo tokuzuko okubo kyalaho na account yawe obusente bukaboteireyo nabuni nibo buyayo rundi account yawe nibakoraki nibagisiba akantu wako nka Bank of Uganda nko muizire nyenzirira nyonkitekeyo boja akantu wako mruzire muta.
Thank you very much. The feedback is overwhelming. That means you've been attentive. Now, let me begin distributing the questions. The first was about small denominations, why they work in Kampala, not Masindi. Currency, you help us to explain that. Biamkama Article 161 and 62, how serving the underserved using digital financial systems, payments. Mr. Kawere, you help us with that. How is Bank of Uganda independent from the mafias and the money that was stolen from Bank of Uganda, or purportedly stolen from Bank of Uganda? MC, Mr. Mugisa, you'll help us to explain that. IRA, there's a question that came to you. It is easy to deposit, but withdrawing is difficult. You'll come in and explain. Money lenders, why are they disturbing the public? I think I'll come in and explain on that. ATM, depositing money and you lost it in the ATMs. I'll request the bankers that are here to come up and explain to us how someone can deposit money in a bank using the ATM and then they fail to get it later when they come for it. Kasemire, your issues about insurance, they don't come on the ground. IRA, again, you come and explain. GROW and SCF. GROW, it looks like banks have bought off GROW. What assurance do you want to give the public that SCF will also not be bought off by the banks? Dorothy, you come and explain. Kasaija, again, your question was on IRA. Why don't they include fraud as one of the insurable risks? IRA will come and explain. Fidel, insurance, inflation and salaries. I think regulating salaries is beyond the purview of Bank of Uganda, so that one is very, very difficult for us. But there you probably throw a little bit more light on inflation and the perimeters of what we do as Bank of Uganda and what we do not do. Reverend Cannon, about ATMs using TIN numbers. This is I've had it somewhere, so I think I'll talk to you and then explain a little bit more. How can one invest in government securities without opening an account? Immaculate, you'll explain. Forgeries from ATMs grow, they demand for collateral, but for some clients and not collateral for other clients. Again, banks will come in and explain, but SCF can also throw a little bit more light on the kind of collateral that we demand for individual borrowers, but most importantly for the block allocations. Lutheran Church, your issues I think is the same as the one for Reverend Cannon here. We shall talk about it. Cryptocurrencies. Mr. Kawere, you talk about it. What it is and whether Bank of Uganda advises the public to to get involved in cryptocurrencies. Fauzia, kitu kidogo, I did not seem to understand it, but privately we shall talk and you give me more details so that we can see how to go. But you also talked about the issue of taxes on treasury bills and bonds. Immaculate will help us to explain it. Next of kin, this is a legal process, but again, the bankers will come and explain. After they've explained, I also add a little bit more so that you can get it better. Then the issue of guarantors, I'll come in and explain. Okay, thank you. Mr. Mugisa, the issue of the 60 billion will be handled by communications and then, so let's start the responses. Thank you. Start with the currency, small denominations.
Thank you. As we issue the legal tender, the coins and the notes, our target is that we facilitate trade. As you know, money, or the notes and coins, are used as a medium of exchange, but the level of trade differs. So whereas in a place X, for example, Masindi, you will not find a reason, or the coin could not be visible because there are no people who are doing the business that involves it. Elsewhere, some people could be using it. And therefore, we don't want to disadvantage a section of people at the expense of another. What we issue is for the public, and we do it on behalf of the Republic of Uganda, because that's the mandate that we have from the Constitution, that we avail, and then it's up to the public to use what fits in the businesses that they do. Thank you.
Bassebo ne bannyabo, ebibuuzo biri bisatu bye ngenda okuddamu. Ekisooka kivudde wa mwami Byamukama. Kibuuzo kibadde kirungi nnyo. How is Bank of Uganda supporting digital financial services? Bank of Uganda erina enteekateeka nnyingi nnyo ku mulamwa guno ogwa technology, okukozesa technology okusembeza financial services eri abantu. Naye olw'obudde ngenda kukoonako ebintu bitono. Ekisooka nti banka ya Uganda enkulu yateekateeka etteeka lye tuyita National Payment Systems Act. Etteeka eryo liruŋŋamya enkola ezikwatagana ku kutambuza ssente n'ebyensasula. Etteeka eryo lyayisibwa mu mwaka gwa 2022, naye nga mu bimpimpi lyatuwa obuyinza obw'enkomeredde ku nsonga za teknologiya akwatagana n'ebyokutambuza ssente. Kyemuva mulaba nga Bank of Uganda erabirira enkola ya mobile money okugeza. Naye ng'oggyeko mobile money, waliyo ne teknologiya omulala gwe tukozesa mu byensimbi ennaku zino. Internet banking, abasinga wano mulina internet banking. Abamu ku mmwe mukola mobile banking. Mobile money mwogeddeko, naye waliyo n'enkola endala era ze tukubiriza bannayuganda okwettanira, okugeza electronic funds transfers. Bw'ogenda mu banka teweetaaga kujjayo mudidi gwa nsimbi, genda kugula ttaka oba genda kusasula bakozi mu faamu y'ebikajjo, oba bw'otunda ebikajjo teweetaaga kukwata kisawo kya ssente. Genda mu banka bakolere electronic funds transfer oba bakolere real time gross settlement transfer, weewale risks ezijja n'okutambula ne ssente ennyingi mu nsawo. So technology tumwettanidde era mu nkola ezo zembagezezaako, those are some of the ways that the bank is supporting digital financial services. But there are many others. Era tulina nnyo okusomesa kwe tukola. Ne omwezi oguwedde ndowooza twalina abantu baffe wano baali ku Kitara FM wano mu Masindi. Era nga basomesa ku nkola za teknologiya ezo n'engeri gye ziyinza okuyambamu Munnayuganda okutuukiriza ebigendererwa bye mu byensimbi ate n'okwewala obusambattuko oba risks that come with the use of technology. Kati mu ngeri y'emu waliwo omukulu eyabuuzizza nti bw'oba tolina bank account osobola okuinvestinga. Manyi nti Immaculate ono agenda kikoonako ekyo, naye njagala bategeeza nti osobola okukozesa mobile money okwetabira ddala mu byensimbi. Deputy Governor waffe waleero yabagambye ku makya nti mission ya Bank of Uganda eriko kye yayise social economic transformation. Kati mu kutuukiriza omulamu ogwo tukubiriza nnyo bannayuganda okwetaba mu byensimbi n'okwetaba mu financial system eri supervised. Kati mu financial system eyo mobile money naye yeegattako. So tubakubiriza nti ne bw'oba tolina bank account mu banka oba mu credit institution, waakiri beera ne mobile money ki account ate ng'eri mu mannya go. Abamu muzirina naye nga teziri mu mannya gammwe. So tubakubiriza mutereze ebiwandiiko ebyo, mobile money accounts ezo muzikozese mu kwetaba mu byensimbi. Waliwo ekintu kye tuli mu kukolako eky'okugula emigabo. Immaculate ayinza okwongera n'akittaanyaako. Tulina enkola gye tuli mu kuimplementinga emigabo egyo egya gavumenti. Mugenda kutuuka ekiseera nga mugigula ne ku ssimu eya mobile money. Ogenda mu mobile money yo ne weetaba mu mugabo ogwo ng'okozesa omutwalo gumu gwa ssente. Eyo enteekateeka eri mu kugezesebwa era nayo ejja kuba ebatuukako. Naye nga kyengezaako okukaatiriza nti you don't need a bank account okuinvestinga mu migabo gya gavumenti. Osobola okukikola n'enkola eno gye tuli mu kuimplementinga. Ekisembayo kyavudde wa Mwami Joseph Kirya. Cryptocurrency. You asked whether the bank is aware about cryptocurrency and what we are doing about it. Cryptocurrency ono yemu ku bintu ebipya ennyo mu nkola y'ebyensimbi. Kipya nnyo. Kitambudde mawanga agamu kirimo advanced naye wano e Uganda kikyali kipya. Naye nga cryptocurrency oyo ayawuka atya ku ssente ezaffe ze tumanyi ne investments ezitongozeddwa wano mu Uganda. Ayawuka in such a way that cryptocurrency terina gavumenti yonna egibaakinga. Ekyo kitegeeza ki? Kitegeeza nti singa wabaawo obuzibu oba okoze eki oba mu loss 100 ku 100, 100% loss. Cryptocurrency teringa treasury bills, all treasury bonds that she has talked about. Cryptocurrency is not like unit trusts which the capital markets people spoke to. Cryptocurrency teringa shares emigabo gy'ogula mu company MTN oba Airtel oba Umeme oba Stanbic Bank. Cryptocurrency terina muntu yenna agiri mabega. So bannayuganda tubakubiriza tutya? Bannayuganda tubagamba nti ekintu ekyo mukigendemu mpola, kubanga singa ofiirwa ssente zo tolina gy'ogenda kukola ki? Tolina gy'ogenda kuddukira, kubanga tewali gavumenti ezirabirira. So singa bakufera, ate mulimu n'abafere bangi, era waliwo abantu abamu abafereddwa oba mweno mubayita basuma mulimu abasuma bangi mu cryptocurrency. Era mukigendemu mpola. Waliwo abafunyeemu kasente bwe mpulira nti waliwo abafunyeemu, naye n'abafiiriddwa nabo bangi. So cryptocurrency, please go slow. Naye kiki tukola nga Bank of Uganda? Tetuwebase naffe tukwataganira wamu n'ebitongole bya gavumenti ebirala nga mwe muli ne Capital Markets Authority era ne Ministry of Finance eteekateeka ebyensimbi by'eggwanga, nga tugezaako okulaba oba gavumenti esobola okuvaayo n'etteeka ery'enkomeredde okulungamya enkola ezo ezaki eza cryptocurrency. So mu bumpimpi that's the position of the bank when it comes to digital financial services. Naye nga tubakubiriza okwettanira enkola eziri digital naddala mobile money, electronic funds transfer kubanga ziyambye nnyo naddala abo ate abatasobola kugenda mu mabanka okugulawo account eza bulijjo.
Weebale nnyo ssebo, Computer Director Communications ayogere.
I wanted to talk about how the bank is set up to avoid interference from the mafia. I think he used the word mafia. Maybe let me stand up. So first and foremost, the Bank of Uganda is established by law. So it has legal independence. And the law also clearly determines our mandate, what we can do and what we cannot do. So this legal clarity enables us to avoid any arbitrary political interference because it's very clear what we can do, and once we do what we can do, we can be defended by the law. So that's the first thing, the legal clarity. The second one is we have a very clear governance structure. The bank is governed by the board of directors, which is a buffer between the bank and the rest of government, right? So the board, which includes the governor and the deputy governor and non-executive directors, sets the policy direction, but does not involve itself in the operations of the bank, which is also another buffer, so that the operations of the bank are distinct from the policy direction, but that gives the autonomy of the bank from outside interference. The other thing is in terms of executing our mandate, we have well-established committees. So for instance, if you look at monetary policy we've been talking about, the CBR is not set by one person, it's set by a committee. The committee is informed by a whole set of information, and the different members of the committee provide their input into the decision. So for instance, it would be very difficult for someone to interfere in that process because it's not a decision done by one person, but by a committee. And there are many other committees in the bank that operate in the same way. So decisions are not made by individuals, but through the committees. The other one, which is very important, is that the bank has financial independence. We don't have to go to Parliament for an annual appropriation, and by that process maybe get undue interference. So by virtue of the fact that we have financial independence and we do not rely on direct financing from government on a regular basis, it helps to avoid the issues of fiscal dominance and interference that could come through that angle. Two more. We have within our values issues of transparency and accountability, and these are implemented across the entire institution. We make sure that we account to the public. Our being here is part of the accountability, by the way, and also part of being transparent, but we also account to Parliament. We publish all our reports. We do internal audits and external audits. The external audits are public documents. And so this allows public scrutiny, which makes sure that we are kept honest and we do our work in a way that ensures that we avoid both political interference and institutional opacity. And finally, the operation of the Bank of Uganda although we are under the Ministry of Finance, there is separation between our operations with those of government. So, for instance, things that are clearly within our mandate, we undertake those tasks without government interference. There are areas where we work with government, for instance, on debt management and running government accounts and providing advice to government. But on the areas where we have the legal mandate to operate as BOU within our mandate, we execute those tasks independently. And those are some of the things that I can mention that ensure that the Bank of Uganda is safeguarded from outside interference. Now, there was the question about funds that were reported to have been stolen from the Bank of Uganda. Let me mention that the Bank of Uganda does not have any of its staff or any of its bodies, committees or management that has been implicated in that scandal. But let me also say that we cannot comment a lot about this issue because there is an ongoing court case. Okay? But to assure you that the funds of the state, the assets of this country that are managed and under the control of Bank of Uganda are very, very safe. So in case anybody wants a follow-up on this, we can have a bilateral and I can share more information.
Thank you very much. The next presenter should be let me invite IRA first come in and then we shall go back to ACF.
Thank you, the Governor. Insurance don't come to the ground. I suspect this is being in regards to agriculture insurance. And my advice is, please check which type of insurance you've taken. The agriculture insurance has what they call weather index insurance. That particular product, you don't need to claim, you don't need to go to the insurance company, because the arrangement that the Ministry of Finance, Agriculture Insurance Consortium, and AIC put in place, they contracted a certain body that monitors the weather situation of our country against two things: excessive rainfall and drought. So that if it happens, you don't need to happen, because those are things that happen in public. You cannot say drought has happened in my garden only. It happens in all of us. If it is in the Bunyoro region, it will be the entire sub-county. So that then you don't need to go through the burden of, I am reporting a claim. But the AIC will just automatically trigger assessment and then compensation of the farmers. Then, but there are other products like multi-peril crop or livestock insurance, where you will actually have to report your claim. The insurance company will come to the ground, make assessment, and then provide a report, and then a compensation is determined. Then insurance for fraud. I want to let you know that insurance does not insure illegality. That is why even for motor insurance, if you are driving under the influence of alcohol, it is illegal. Is that true? If you are driving without a valid license, it is illegal. And therefore, if you get an accident and the police report indicates that you did not have a valid license, it's the first reason why insurance will not pay your claim. So, fraud and all other legalities are not insurable risk. But theft is insurable. Now, theft is insurable because It is not you stealing. You are not the one creating illegality. It is the other person stealing your property. Therefore, you are not part of the illegality. And that's why if that thief is apprehended, they will still take them to court. They will still either charge them and imprison them while you are already compensated and you are seated home happy. I need to say a little bit about PDM, where I think somebody was saying for our businesses, PDM money, why don't we insure you? Yes, a framework was put in place to ensure that the money that you get for PDM is insured. However, there was lack of communication government to the local people. And therefore, the people who needed to implement the car office here could say something about it and so on. They did not have a proper way of implementing insurance company. And that discussion is happening at higher level at the PDM Secretariat to make sure that this guidance is issued so that insurance is implemented to do two things. One, to protect the credit you take, because you are supposed to pay back that money. But also to protect the enterprises that you get involved into. If it is an agricultural enterprise, like maybe crop or something, it is protected. Lastly, it is easy to join insurance, but very difficult to get out. It is just about not understanding the terms and conditions of your policy of insurance. When you buy a weather index insurance, you will go to an insurance company and say, I'm coming to claim because there is drought. And the satellite image indicates that there was no such excessive drought to warrant that loss. And then you say it is hard to get out. But the truth is you didn't even need to go to the insurance company, because the insurance company had a mechanism of determining whether loss has happened or not. Or another example is, for example, life insurance. If death has happened, death has happened. But has it happened to an uninsured person? Did you pay your insurance premium all the time that you were supposed to pay? Sometimes you go there, remember, like life insurance happened to the person who is insured is already gone. And he had not been paying his money. All he did was to give you the insurance document. Now, because you have the insurance document, you go to the insurance company. Then the insurance company says, this man Okello, yes, took insurance with us, but has never been paying for the last 5 years. Then you will say, you see, my father arranged for me insurance, now insurance is not paying. And the person is not there to answer it, but legitimately he was not paying for his insurance. And therefore, it is within the right of insurance to say, I did not get any money for this insurance, and therefore I have nothing to pay. So it is easy to join insurance. It is easy to get out. I can tell you in the year 2024, we paid, the insurance industry paid claims to the tune of about 860 billion out of about 1.7 trillion money received by insurance industry, which means in only one single year, over 50% of the money received has been taken back by the people, which means insurance is actually paying claims. The few who do not get compensated, whom you cannot also determine whether the claim was right or not, are the ones who make the most noise. My comment is, if you have any dissatisfaction, I gave you the number 0800-124-124. Call IRA. Whether it is right that you should get compensation, or it is wrong that you were actually not supposed to get any compensation, your issue will be addressed and you will get satisfied and said, surely my father was not paying, I don't need to get any money. But if payment was supposed to be made to you, IRA under its mandate will actually enforce payment to you, and you will be paid your benefit, the rightful benefit for the insurance policy. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yagamba ha loan ya SCF. Ngwa banks zijja kwiba sente zino. Abantu nibatekereza ngu Bank of Uganda nehimba ekisawo ekya sente eza loan za agriculture baziteeka mu bank. No. Mukubanza mbagambire ngo mwina saving a cent. Mwina kubika sente mu bank. Abukuba zino bank nizitunga savings za gaba loan. A loan age ya SCF. Wogenda mu bank hatugeze centenary. Wogenda milioni 2 eno kuba milioni 2 beitu iwe ya kwa milioni 2 yahandikira Bank of Uganda okigarzayo contribution. Abokuba ngambire ngo it's 50%, 50% government of Uganda, 50% bank y'obusuubuzi. Munkengere. So, what agenda bank okusaba loan, then they cannot write to us or Bank of Uganda okubagarra sente zabo. So tikisoboka okwiba sente zino. Munkengere. Thank you. Ati nza kubaza ng'omukazi kukya grow age tekureberera Bank of Uganda konka nereberera Ministry of Gender na Private Sector Foundation. Kemanyire ekya grow kakorawo some research baina phases ewa kusindika sente zino mu community. Basindika sente zino ati banks zino nibakora accountability ekibayo bagazayo report. Okuramara okazayo report, then ministry na private sector foundation nisindika sente zino. Ninkimanya nibasindika mu phases, mu districts and different banks. So mulindeku and then when kaguso chona Ministry of Gender, Private Sector Foundation nazo nibasa kuhandoringa kaguzecho. Ati ekyo kugamba ngu sente gambiro gamba ngu sente mu Masindi batwairege 11.3 obukumbi mu district ya Masindi. Mu ebyoma ebikaijo na tractor. So twina abantu abutungire sente zino balimu. Is there any bank which has given out any loans here? I need a witness. In Centenary here, Equity. Any banks that have given out loans? SCF loans?
Stanbic. You're
Agricultural
wrong. I've seen Centenary.
Hey, I need a witness. Please. Basaga bangu nimbaza bisuba. Stanbic Nyambao, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to confirm that agricultural credit finance or facilities are being disbursed in the entire Bunyoro, and many people are benefited. I also know that we all know that there is what we call oath of confidentiality in banking, and in as much as I may not point out that so and so, it is important for us to know that these funds we are giving out. What is important is that you and I should establish a relationship with a bank, because at the end of the day, the same story that you had of the other banks that got closed, which is unfortunate that they got closed, can easily happen, God forbid, if we don't put in proper due diligence and mechanism for giving out the loans and then having them paid back. Number two, besides SCF, there are different types of loans that you can always get. But still, it comes down to the relationship that you've established with the bank. I'll give an example. We have SACCO loans we are giving at a rate of 11%. Representative of the DG, of Deputy Governor, 11%. And we've lent over 120 billion. Now, all these are happening, and we know we have SACCOs, and we know we have our people who need money. But for as long as we are not in organized groups, then we are approaching the banks. Sometimes that information becomes hard, and then we think that we are not helping our people. There are two other things that I wanted to comment, and I see it once and for all. My brother over here talked about issues of going to the bank. You deposited 100 million. I don't know which bank was that, but you allow me comment. Because at least
but don't mention the bank.
No, of course I'll not mention the bank.
Because by the grace of God, I've been in bank for the last 21 years.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. So when you come to deposit in Stanbic, we'll ask for the source of fund. When you come to withdraw, okay, it is also important that you state the source of fund. Why do we do that? Sometimes we think that when I bring my money, it is easy for me to bring. But when it comes to time for me to take away, you ask me a lot of questions. Getting money is very, very difficult. Very difficult. And I keep telling people that every day, people are moving from Chijura, people are moving from Chisinga, people are moving from where? To come to town to look for what? To look for what? Imagine the people who are working where there is money. They are indisciplined, not serious, and just anybody enters, hey, give me this, and he gives. What is going to happen? If you have people who are very indisciplined and they are not doing the necessary processes and things of identifying the rightful owner of that money, there won't be money. Remember that there are people who have not even worked for that money who still want that money. Let me tell you a story. Last year in...
Try to summarize, please,
yes,
because I
yes,
also want to give Centenary a chance to explain a bit and then...
Last year in November, an old woman of 78 years walked in one of our branches, specifically Fort Portal, to start claiming to withdraw over 500 million shillings in account of a person which was not ours. When I was growing up, we knew that people who are thieves were not old people. When I was growing up,
okay.
Unfortunately, right now, there seem to be because if you have a 76-year-old mama coming to pick money which is not us, it's not proper. Now, that is the reason. Lastly, on the issue of ATM, someone said that he also put money in the ATM, and when he came to withdraw, he got less. If that happened in Stanbic, I'm going to read for you my number. I will also read for you the number that you can call, which is for free. In Stanbic, there's a department where you call day and night and people work. 0800 0800 250 250. And mine is 0772 4749 30. If it ever happened that you came to deposit money in the ATM and you got less, we'll investigate and we'll make sure that is addressed. Lastly, I also want you to know that the Bank of Uganda, who is our regulator, okay, has set out rules called the Bank of Uganda Financial Consumer Protection Guidelines. Those rules guide how the banks and clients interact. Now, when you come to open an account, we will make you sign what we call key facts documents. To the extent that if you say you don't know English, you will indicate that for me, I don't know English. And if you know English, you say that you know English. If you ever given a wrong product, if you ever cheated for whatever reason, I can tell you, you'll be compensated. But I want to tell you that no bank wants to find themselves in that position, because the regulator that you're seeing here that we want to thank for the sound financial system that they have created will not allow any bank to cheat any client. If it means removing the license and closing, they will do so. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Centenary, do you have anything else that he has not said that you want to say? I saw someone from Centenary.
Centenary? There was a lady from Centenary. Has she stepped up?
Okay, I think he has competently addressed most of the issues. Just kindly bring back the microphone so that Dorothy can assure the others that indeed ACF is here to stay, not close the way they were alleging.
Okay. Ati mukulire ku sente ziriho. Ugende mbanka ekirungi na marifa sako bali hano. Ibaja kwa sente if you don't want to go to the banks. Is it okay? Mutatina sente ziriho abantu bazitungire batunga tractors, ebyoma, ebikaijo, bichi byona byona birimu. Please gende muganyire ha sente zino. Nibare mucho.
Thank you very much. Let me address the issue of guarantors. Now, when you want to borrow money from a bank, they will ask you a set of questions, and these questions are intended to find out whether you actually when you borrow, you'll have the ability to pay back. And secondly, they want to assess your willingness to pay back, because you may have the ability to pay, but the willingness is lacking. Now, ability to pay is probably the business you're going to finance. You're a trader. You say, I want to bring merchandise from Kampala, sell, and pay back your loan. I say, just in case you got a problem and you're unable to get enough money to pay this loan, what can we sell? Just in case we have to sell it, to be able to pay back the loan that you got from the bank. Because remember, that loan was created out of someone else's savings. Okay, kale. Nsonyiwa. Bwe weewola ssente, banka, bw'ogenda mu banka n'ogamba njagala kwewola ssente, banka enoonya ebintu nga bibiri ebikwatako. Omuntu ono bwe tunaamuwola ssente zino, anaasobola ozisasula. Bamanyira oba onoosobola ozisasula oba nedda. Kiki ogenda okuteeka mu ssente ezo? Bw'oba oli musuubuzi, nobagamba nze nsuubula mabaati ng'ajja Kampala ne ngatunda e Masindi. Babuuza bulijjo bw'ogatunda ssente oziteekawa? Anti nziteeka wano mu akawunti mu banka. Ne balaba ssente nga bwe zabadde zikola ki? Zijja ne zifuluma. Ne bagamba ndowooza ajja kusobola okusasula. Ekyokubiri, ssente ayinza okuba ziyina naye ayinza okuba ayina okwagala okusasula. Eri abalina ssente n'omugamba asasula series ayinaga sijja zisasula, onookola ki? Gye bali bangi nnyo. Ng'ayina ssente naye n'akola ki? N'agaana okusasula. Ebyo ebisinga abawuzi b'essente bye basinga okukola ki? Okubuuza, okwettanira. Kakati okwogera okukakasa nti onoosasula ssente, banoonya ekintu ky'oyinza okufiirwa singa olemereddwa okusasula. Ekinaakuluma singa bakitunda. Katugambe olina amakaago. Bagamba, tuwa amakaago. Ssente bwe zinaba zikulemye okujja mu bizinesi okusasula, tujja kutunda amakaago, osasula ku ssente zaffe. Kakati gwe olw'okuba okyayagala amakaago, ogamba bannange nja kukola buli kimu kyonna ndabe nti nkola ki? Kakati bwe bamala ekyo ne bagamba, naye tuweeyo omuntu omulala ayinza okukakasa nti onookola ki? Yoyo garanta. Kakati njagala kubakubiriza mwenna nga tonnabeera garanta, sooka weebuuze, kitegeeza ki okubeera garanta? Bwe nzija Haaji n'ontwala mu banka nti nze ngenda okubeera garanta wo, mu maaso ga banka kiba kitegeeza nti bw'onooba olemeddwa okusasula amabanja go gonna mu maaso ga banka eyo, nze garanta nze ngenda okukola ki? Nze kanyama wo. Obagamba yooyo. Era bw'oli mu kusasula installment esooka, nze gwe bakubira nti owange omuntu ono gwe watuleetera alemeddwa okusasula kola ki? N'olwekyo bwe batonasalawo kubeera bwe bagamba nti jangu obeere garanta wange, sooka weebuuza ebibuuzo bino. Ono gwe ngenda okuwa garanti, bw'anaale mu kusasula n'asobola okusasula ssente ze? Ssente zino bwe yazitwala, nze zirina kye zannyamba? Ekuba bino ebibuuzo mulina okubyebuuza. Waliwo eyabadde ayogera wano nti abasajja tulina ebintu bye tukola ne tubikweka abakyala baffe. Naye bw'obeera nga garanta, abantu abamu bakitwala nga kya muniino. Si kya muniino, kya maanyi nnyo. Kubanga bw'onooba olemeddwa okusasula, banka ejja kutuuka n'okutwala ebintu bye byawaka, kubanga obwa garanta bwo buli mu ki? Mu buwandiike. Kuliko omukono gwo gw'otojja sobola kukola ki? Kwegaana. N'olwekyo bwe muba mubeera bagaranta b'abantu abalala, mukirowoozeeko emirundi ebiri, oyinza n'okuddayo eka n'obuuza omukyala oba abaana nti bannange ono ayagala kubeera garanta we, munzikiriza nga bakubuuza kitegeeza ki? Bannyonnyole, kubanga bwe banaakiwulira kiki kitegeeza bajja kugamba ekyo kimu. Ekyokubiri, next of kin. Fauzia yayogedde ku next of kin. Ekisooka kanyambe Immaculate ono nziremu ekibuuzo kyo treasury bills ne bonds interest. Yes, bw'owola gavumenti ekusasula amagoba. Ate era amagoba gano nayo gavumenti ekola ki? Egawooza. Kuba ffenna tuli basasuzi ba musolo. Ensi bwetyo bwetambula. Bwekuwa naye eba kekola ki? Kekujjaku, kubanga mu nsi muno buli omu afuna ssente alina okukola ki? Alina okuddiza gavumenti. Zino enguudo ze mulaba ze bakola, enzizi ne bakola buli kimu, waliwo bridge, amazzi galemu okubatawaanya. byonna gavumenti eba yeetaaga ssente naye ziva mu ffe abawi b'omusolo. Bwe batafunye ssente zimala ebintu ebyo tejja kusobola kubikola. N'olwekyo ffe katusasule omusolo gwaffe bwe tumala gavumenti oleke tukigambe nti gavumenti tusasula omusolo naye twagala naffe tukolere ki bino na bino na biri. Ate era ndowooza ebiseera ebisinga bwe mwemulugunya mulaba oluusi pulezidenti avaayo nannyonnyola nabagamba bannaayi munnindeko awo sinaba kutuukawo nja kukola ki nja kujja kuba oluusi ssente ziba tezikoze eki tezinaba kujja. N'olwekyo bw'oteeka mu treasury bill ne bond gavumenti erina akatono kekola ki kekuwoozaako nga bwe baatugambye bw'oteeka mwezi ezisukka myaka 10 bakujjaku ebitundu 10 ku buli 100 eziri wansi w'emyaka 10 bakujjako ebitundu 2 ku buli 100 ku magoba si ssente ze wateekayo amagoba. Kansubira ekyo nkinnyonnyodde. Kakati ekirala kye baabuuziza father bano Reverend Father ono no Lutheran Church kikwata ku tin number kiwanvuko mbadde mbasaba kubanga twagala kuggala olukiiko luno bwe tumala olukiiko luno tujje tutuule wamu twogere mbannyonnyole engeri gye tuyinza okukimaliriza. Bwe munzikiriza njagala kubeebaza nnyo bannange mwebale kubeera bawuliriza balungi. Ebibuuzo byammwe bingi bizze bingi nnyo tetubyogeddeko naye olw'eggulo ssaawa 2:30 tujja kubeera n'olukuŋŋaana ku rediyo muwulirize mukuba amasimu mwogere byonna bye mwagala okwogera ne tujagezaako okulaba nti byonna bye mutuweereza tubiddamu musobole okunyonnyola. Wangi Bunyoro Broadcasting Services. Mwebale nnyo mwebalire ddala.
Engari z'amaanyi muno habwa engabo ya Deputy Governor Omunyoro Hannington Waswa amazire essaaha nkayibira yemereire atali okwikaara. Abali kugonzebwa obwire butulekere tukwenda kukola ebintu bike niko tumalire. Ekyokubanza tukwenda kutangira amasomero agatweteranizeho King's High School na Iman Secondary School enyuma kuli baliyo mwebale kuije. Kya kabiri haroho abantu abaina obusente obutemukire. Haroho eweema aheru hali timu ya Munyoro Vincent tusabe n'omulingo bayizire bona bajja kuba aheru hali turagenda kyamusana nosobora kutwara obusente obutemukire obukuzire bakakwamu obusente obuyaka batakukyajingire kintu kyona. Ekyakasatu radio talk show ya Deputy Governor balizoho eriyo saaha 2 nekichweka hababasa babasa tugimanyire esaaha 2 nekichweka kukanga esaaha 3 nekichweka ebikaguzo bino byoni bimukaguze tugenda kubigarukamu byona tutaka tungire na amasimu tukubandiza hali bindi bimuhandikire bigarukwemu nibo tugende hamasimu nebigambe ebyo munyikirize hati ndarize Hudson Bunya na Rugamu Statistics Department aije atuterekereza bakyatungire ensonga kurangu mwatuhereza feedback rundi kutuhereza ebitekerezo byanyu nkoko rukurato rurubasire Hudson ono leka ije nowa DJ naitekanza prepare to display the QR codes so that we do this very very fast. Hudson.
Good afternoon. You've been a very good audience, but I'm not able to speak Runyoro. I'll use English. Now, this morning, most of you, or if not all of you, we registered you using a code, *284196. That was registration. Now, the session we in now is feedback. Because you've been listening attentively, we want you to tell us how we have performed. And this is how we are going to do it. Those who have smartphones, please scan the QR code on display. Scan that QR code. It's going to take you directly to the form. There are 10 questions.
Abaina amasimu mugaiheyo mwolekereze amativi agabali haihi niko osobole kurangwa akabox ako wakatunga kurungi kandi era ebikaguzo 10 bya Hudson akutugambire byogenda agarukamu.
The first question asks about the occupation. The second one says, I'm informed of the role of Bank of Uganda. If you are, you click strongly agree, neutral, disagree, and strongly disagree. The second question is about the presentations that we have had this morning. The bank presentations were clear and simple. Again, there are 5 options. If you strongly agree, please tick the first box. If you strongly disagree, check the last box. The fourth question is about the responses, that the bank responses were clear and simple. You've asked quite a number of questions. Now, please let us know if we have been clear. Again, it has 5 options. Are we there, those with smartphones?
Abaina amasimu aga kalimagezi. Team Eizeregen Hudson, James, and the rest of the team, please be in the room so that you can guide people. The team handling evaluation, please position yourselves so that you support participants who might have issues. Feedback.
For those who don't have smartphones, I'm going to go to you next. The 5th question, I can trust the information from the bank. It means the Bank of Uganda. There are again 5 options. If you strongly agree, please check the first box. Agree, second box. Neutral, disagree, and then strongly disagree. Click next. It will take you to the next set of questions. Are we there? What can the bank do better in such meetings? And question 9, what topics should the bank cover in future meetings? What topics should the bank cover in future meetings? Now, let me go to those of us who have button phones.
Abaina obusimu bwa mapesa, rumba bwa katochi, kaheyo mpora mpora, holirizo mukore kyagenda kugamba.
So please follow me to *284, *284, then *1966 hash. Then call. It will take you to the first window where there are 2 options, but select the first one, view forms. So type in 1.
Maybe just Hudson to get to onboard those who may not hear English. Ngoroina kasimu kama pesa kaiheyo umige kanyunyuzi umige 284 umiga kanyunyuza kandi then umige emu mwenda mukaga then nibo umige obusitale bubiri obwemerere no borabire mu bwekikire then hondere ekibigarukiraho umigemu.
Okay, we have viewed the forms. Type in 1, then it will get you to another window. Type in 1 again, town hall feedback. We need to be a little fast because it times out. It goes to the first set of questions as we had them with the smartphones. Select your occupation. We have first government, media, private sector, student, and not employed. Type in the number of that option, not the word. The next question is, I am informed of the role of the Bank of Uganda. If you strongly agree, type in 1. If you strongly disagree, type in 5, and the rest of the options. But it can take one option at a time. The next question is: the bank presentations were clear and simple. If you strongly agree, please type in 1, or disagree, type in 5, or any of those options. The choice is yours. The next one is: the bank responses were clear and simple. Again, there are 5 options. Just type in the number, not the word, and enter. The next one is question 5. Again, type in the response. I can trust the information from the bank. If you can trust it, please type in 1 or any of the other options. Question 5, the meeting was well organized. If you agree, type in 1. If you strongly disagree, type in 5. And enter. Question number 7, what did you like most about the meeting? Here you now need to type in the words. Type in what you liked most about the meeting. Then forward or enter. What can the bank do better in such meetings? Again, type in a word. And then enter. The last question: what topics should the bank cover in future meetings? Type in the word, and when you're done, the next window is asking you to submit or to cancel. Submit is type in 1, and then send. You'll be home and dry. It will return a message: successfully completed. Thank you. But even guys with smartphones, if your scanner couldn't work, you can dial the code. You'll still go through those steps. Thank you.
Webali muno omunyoro Hudson Bunya abari kugonzebwa mwikale ni mtuhereza ebitekerezo byanyu ebintu mulingo birubasire ndakagenzera kigarukiraho nkwenda kumanyiro kubaho kwa omunyoro Gutoma Ndolerire Jeff kandi ogo natwara Leshego. Gutoma Ndolerire Jeff ogo alinka manager Leshego webali kuija hata kasumikano kandalize engabwa ya akukura abakozi omunyamasaza yona ya Masindi munyoro Rundi Haji Musa Kyamiza Akiki aije ahikyo kusima hali Bank of Uganda n'abantu itwe nababero hanu harubajiro district Akiki kandi kakaire oije ohikyo kusima kwanyu nkaba district.
Wewale mno mgambizi omukoro. Deputy Governor Bank of Uganda, sorry. Yes. Na abantu bone timu ya Rubasire nayo. Chairman LC5 wa Masindi. Abakozi ba government abanyakuli hano. And all invited guests. Assalamu alaikum. Ibara ni nyomusa Kyamiza kandi ninkora mu office ya kawo Masindi. Tasobole kuba hano kyalero habwe emirimo endi ya government ekwetagibwa amu n'abembeza abandi ba district. Ntakabaye kutandika urubazo rwange kwenda kubanza clarify ngaho akantu kamu. Aro mukazi akagwize gawo. Next of kin. Technically or legally, there is no provision for next of kin in the law of succession. Next of kin simply means in case of death or any problem, or how to kusobora kubaza nawe. Only that. So you being next of kin does not entitle you to anything to do with the deceased other than providing information. I know in the military it is highly publicized and honored that omusirikale niwe taking a first call in case of any problem kuba nibamanyisa kiki ekigenda maiso. But when it comes to succession law, the only authorized person to act for and on behalf of the deceased is the administrator. So we have to follow the due processes and procedures how to become an administrator. If we don't do that, then the whole thing collapses. It's only through the Office of Administrator General and the court that can grant you powers to act for and on behalf of the deceased. And being an administrator is not a lifetime job. It's not an employment opportunity. I'm for administrator, I'm going to administer the estate up to the end of the world. It is time limited. 6 months, 1 year, or 2 years, and your duty is to distribute the estate to the rightful beneficiaries, and you file a return with the court for those powers granted to you. I think we are together. That is all. Thank you. I think I will use both languages, Lunyoro and English. Deputy Governor and your team, and the mental guests, we are very happy that today we have had this fruitful interaction with your team from Bank of Uganda. I know most of us only knew one function of Bank of Uganda, that is making sure that money circulates in the economy. But our interaction here has revealed that Bank of Uganda has more than what we expected. And from the feedback that we have got from the population, it shows that they have really understood and get to know what you do. I'm happy we've not had much of those economic jargons and technical words. Monetary policy, fiscal policy, regulatory framework, inflation, etc., etc. So I'm sure they have been able to break down into manageable words that we as Masindians can easily understand and internalize to be able to know what products they have as Bank of Uganda. Formerly, we knew that Bank of Uganda was unreachable. It was only in Kampala, and they had nothing to do with the common man in Masindi, in Alimugonza, in Kihagani, etc. But today this has been demystified, and they have given the Bank of Uganda a face that relates with the people they serve. This congregation here is thirsty of knowledge, as you might have realized. There is a lot that they need to know. Either they knew and forgot, or others simply didn't know anything, or they knew something little. So it would be imperative that Bank of Uganda organizes such interface meetings so that we can all be moving at the same level. There was a concern by one Hajinuru that why can't Bunyoro also be offered a currency center, just like other regions. I think that's very pertinent. We cannot keep seeing and dreaming of these currency centers elsewhere when we in Bunyoro sub-region are not equally served. I know we get services, but it would be much sweeter when it is in Masindi. We don't need to over-congest Hoima City, because I know everything goes to the regional city. But we can look ahead and say, can't Masindi host a regional currency center because of the oil and other businesses? I know my chairman will see 5 other stakeholders here would be much willing to work with you to identify suitable land where such a currency center can be situated. we look forward to more engagement and to receiving that current center in Bunyoro sub-region. Members, I think this has been one of the most interactive meetings we have had as a district and as citizens of Masindi. I'm sure the way we came in is not the way we are going out. Our minds have been enriched, and please don't be selfish. For those who didn't manage to make it here, can we share with them and bring them to speed? Because in the world, there's a principle that there's only one commodity in the world that grows by sharing, and that is knowledge. Nothing else. So as we share, knowledge increases. We don't lose anything. So please, can we share with our friends and colleagues who have not been here so that they partake of everything that has been here. Deputy Governor and your team, thank you for giving Bank of Uganda a new face of being interactive. And we look forward to interacting even more with you through other fora. We had a boardroom meeting with your team, and there are some things new which we learned, and I have talked to the CFO and other stakeholders. We are going to follow up and see how we fit in those services for the benefit of our larger community of Masindi. Mwebale mukumpuliriza kandi kambagondeze obusinguzi mu bintu byonna mulakola kyaleero for God and my country.
Webale muno engabwa eya omukuru w'abakozi bono mu Nyamasaza ya Masindi. Mutuwongere engale z'amaanyi muno. Omunyoro Musa Kyamiza Amoti. Ati tugenda kukingaho tutandikirege Masindi Kitara Diocese. Kandi Reverend Canon Mukuru Ronald alingabo ya Bishop yatukora kurungi. Ati leka tumalire na Hoima Catholic Diocese. Adekanda alize Reverend Sister Agnes Abigaba Boli arugire St. Jude Town Parish hano Masindi aije atusabise nitukingaho hanyuma Edwin Joparatra tuberedo ko ebizina bya anthems immediately after the prayer.
Dear our guests and all dignitaries around and all people of God. My name, as you have been told, Sister Mary Agnes Abigaba Aboli. I belong to the Missionary Sisters of Mary Mother of the Church, and I work at St. Jude Parish. So we are. This morning we are coming with Father, the parish priest, but he learned there is another similar meeting where he was invited, so he decided to remain behind. So I'm just here. Asking you.
You can stand for a word of prayer as she leads us. Next, kindly stand up.
Since we began with our prayer, so we are also ending at this. My task is to thank the Lord for the beautiful day He has given us and all the people who have turned up and for the good representation. I begin in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Lord, our loving Father, we thank you very much for this gift you have given us, the visitors. We thank you for the people who have turned up for this workshop. We thank you for the good weather you have given us. And we ask you to bless us. What we have learned here, we should not leave it here. We continue to go and help others as we continue serving you. Bless our work, bless our families, and bless our offices as we go back home. Give us peace so that all will go and do what we are supposed to do. We ask all this through Christ our Lord.
Amen.
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen. Remain standing for the anthems. Vikale tuemereire habwa Tuikare, we may get seated. I'm going to request Rosette to kindly lead the high table outside for